All right, good morning everyone, talofa lava. Welcome to this meeting of the Transport and Infrastructure. Just before we start, Manuia lo malanga lao wo Efeso Collins. Just a brief prayer and tribute to our great brother from Otara. Online today is a lot of mention a couple of the protocols there that concerned is that when people speak, helpful, and all those people who are online and who will be perhaps turning on their cameras at some stage, it'll be a lot quicker to go through the councillors that are here, but these are the ones that are online. Newman, Filipina, I hope you're recovering well, Alf. Turner, Dalton, Stewart, Fully, Williamson, Sayers, Bartley, Leone and Walker. They are all the individuals who are online, as far as we know. I don't think I've missed any. So that will bring us to the first item of the day is the apologies, and that should come up on the screen for absence from Deputy Mayor Simpson on council business and Councillor Baker. We have apologies for lateness from the Mayor on council business, Councillor Turner on council business and Councillor Dalton. Is there any there that need to be added? Alrighty, there's a motion on the screen to accept early departure from Councillor Ferry. Yep. I'll move it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Ferry. All those in favour? Carried. Any declarations of interest? Item 2. None. Confirmation of minutes from the 8th of February. There's only the open minutes. There was no confidential items there. There's a motion on the screen to confirm. I'll move. A seconder. Councillor Hills. Thank you. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 4. Petitions. There are no petitions. It brings us to item 5, public input. We had 2 requests, both in relation to Great North Road, which we have heard a little bit about in this term of council, but we have a presentation today from Sarah and Elizabeth, who have got a number of concerns they would like to bring to our attention, and they'll be presenting together. So welcome, Sarah and Elizabeth. If you would like to come up now, and the procedure is, I think, as I outlined, if you're talking, just press that talk button, and when you're finished, just press it again so the other person can then press theirs. So the red light's got to be on for us to be hearing you. There's a presentation up on the screen, and then we'll have some questions afterwards. Over to you. And that's a pointer, yeah. Maybe if someone could just direct that, so we just give a little bit of assistance. Thank you, Councillor Hills.
Kia ora. My name is Sarah Howard. I live in Eden Terrace with my husband and my 2 children, who both attend Te Uru Karaka Newton Central School, which is a primary school located behind the McDonald's on Great North Road. I want to focus on 3 points. Firstly, the council has heard from school representatives in the past about the fact that we have the smallest amount of land per student of any school in New Zealand. This means that we use our community assets near or on Great North Road. We walk to Grayland Library, we go to art galleries on Karangahape Road, we walk to the Aotea Centre for musicals, and we walk to Grayland Park for sports days and cross country. Even to catch a bus for trips, we must go up to Great North Road, as the streets around our school are too narrow. Secondly, the nature of Great North Road has rapidly changed. Great North Road used to be car yards and commercial businesses, but the last 10 years have seen multiple large residential and office developments go in. The very nature of the use of the road has changed, but the road hasn't. It is no longer fit for purpose. We want to free up the road for people who need to use cars, people making long trips, tradies and business people, but we need safer cycling and walking options to do that. Thirdly, unfortunately, the New Zealand Herald pressed on with an article claiming that the raised pedestrian crossings would cost near to $500,000 each. This is despite Auckland Transport supplying the true cost, which is only $19,000 to $31,000 each before printing. Understandably, this has led to an uproar, but it was based on false information and with a small retraction. So we are here to show that families still desperately want the safe cycleway and the raised pedestrian crossings. This decision will not only impact our community and our school today, but with the school roll projected to continue to increase, it will be the difference between a well-connected and involved community in 20 years and beyond, or a fragmented one. Ngā mihi nui.
My name is Liz Bush, and I've been living on Kauranga Happy Road for 12 years. I have a 9-year-old son, a 4-year-old daughter, and a husband, and as a family, at least 2 of us cycle along Great North Road every weekday, and I drive it multiple times a day in my car. We were ecstatic to hear last year that the safety upgrades along Great North Road were improved, because we know firsthand just how dangerous that road is for everyone involved. However, I heard these improvements were in danger of being delayed or defunded, so I'm here to let you know how important they are for our whole community. So, go back. So here's Great North Road. My kids and I have to bike on the footpath at the moment, but the footpath isn't always clear. There are scooters that zoom up and down, making it dangerous for small kids. Cars park on the footpath all the time. Commercial vehicles are there, blocking the view for cars zooming around the streets. And I've been in many situations where either my son or I have had close calls with cars or scooters along the road. It's made worse by the bus road on Newton Road because there's cars zipping around the side streets trying to avoid the traffic now. So what do? I hate to admit it, but I hop in my car and I drive my daughter to daycare because I'm scared for her. Here's a map of Great North Road with Newton Central School, 3 preschools and the public library on the bottom side of the map. And across the street are all the residents of Grey Lynn who want to get to those places. We know families who live on Williamson Ave and who, like me, drive their cars to Grey Lynn Kindy or Newton Central School just up the street, a few hundred metres up the street, because navigating the Great North Road traffic with small children feels too dangerous. But even for cars, I drive this road 4 to 8 times a day, and although the accident statistics on this road are abysmal, they in no way reflect the true reality of near misses that happen on this street every passing month. During rush hours, it gets mad, especially with cyclists and scooters with no boundaries zipping in and out across the street between vehicles. In comparison, the upgrades on Kauranga Happy Road have made it much more protected for myself and my kids walking and cycling and crossing the streets. And it's much smoother to drive on that road without all the other small vehicle traffic moving in and out of the car lanes. And if you look at the road, it's huge. We don't need all that space for cars, but we definitely need a lot more order. Great North Road is a major artery through the city. We need these upgrades urgently to prevent accidents because it is only a matter of time before someone gets killed on that road, especially as the population is increasing and more people are driving up and down it. Members of our school community have been asking for safer traffic flow around our school for over a decade, but as a driver on the road, it's also getting more crowded with every passing year. So please don't make us wait any longer. Let's get these safety improvements happening this year. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Liz and Sarah, for that presentation and for the visuals there that make your concerns very clear. I'll open up to questions now from Councillor Ferry.
Thank you, that was excellent. What I wanted to ask about is what impact it would have on your family, particularly, stressful in the morning, getting the kids out the door and yourself, and then again in the afternoon, if you knew that the kids could get themselves to school safely. What difference would it make for your family life?
I didn't put this in the presentation, but I was almost in tears writing this presentation because I don't think I can bring across in words how much of a difference it makes to feel that your children are safe and to be able to cycle to school, that the scientific benefits of children getting out in the fresh air before school, it makes their schooling better. I have a son who's very hyperactive, so we have to drive him to school because otherwise he's not good in class. So I didn't know how to bring it across to you in a presentation, how important this is for me as a person and for my family.
It's also like, unless you've got small children or you're a grandparent to small children, I think you forget how vulnerable and how small they are. And they're so short as well, like you don't see them. We really need these crossings to protect them. And it would just be a huge weight off all of our minds.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up, if I may. You mentioned that you live on K Road, and I've been going that way quite a lot recently on a variety of modes, including by bike. And I've really noticed that difference when you get to the lights at Ponsonby Road. So did you want to talk a little bit about what the difference in transitioning from one roading environment that's multi-mode to one that isn't?
I don't take my daughter along Great North Road, but I do take her along K Road. The cars, so the having the bicycle lane there for her means the cars don't go zoom around the corner, and they're just more aware, and so the traffic's a bit slower. Yeah, and like it's just smoother. It's so much better because I don't know, like the scooter traffic makes a huge difference as well. So the scooter traffic is really dangerous for my kids. It's dangerous for old people. It's dangerous for anybody, not to mention themselves. They scooter down the Great North Road street at the moment, and I'm like, somebody's going to get really hurt on that street. So there's a huge difference. So K Road, I smile and I love it, and it's more of a community feel. And on Great North Road, you feel like you're in the Wild West.
Councillor Hills?
Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation, very clear, much like many of the presentations on this. I guess my first question I've got two. You said you drive in what is a very small distance, maybe 8 times a day.
Yeah.
What would actually giving you safe options mean to congestion? If people, like, how many trips would you think you would still have to use in a car a day if you were able to safely move around?
I would ride my bike. So we have a big electric cargo bike, and we bought it for the purpose because we live in the city because we hate traffic. So we want to ride our bikes. So yeah, I think it would be huge. The parents that we've talked to, we're one of the few parents who drive along that road, and there's a lot of other parents who drive in there with their cars that could be riding and could be walking. So a lot of the morning traffic and the afternoon traffic is parents taking their kids to school and daycare and kindy and Bunnings and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we notice it during the school holidays. But
Bunnings is very
it would be
popular.
around, most of those trips would be not in a car.
I would ride my bike exclusively.
Okay, thanks. The last question, and I understand what you mean about kids, but before I had a 2-year-old, I did still feel this way, but I think, yeah, it does bring it home to you even more when you have child, but I don't necessarily believe you have to have empathy for kids to have kids to have empathy. But I guess what would you say, we have a lot of people who campaign against Great North Road. The government seems to be completely against these sorts of kid-saving tools. What would you say to us to help us get across to those people who are vehemently against saving kids, reducing emissions? You know, is there anything you can leave us? Because there's a lot of citizens that aren't doing a lot of good when they campaign against kids being safe.
Someone said to me, you've always got to vote in mind with the most vulnerable person you know. And so if you can think about, a child in your life who's trying to navigate this busy road and, yeah, just exactly have that empathy. And I think, so just to be able to think of these kids and about how they're using their environments and whether the community you want to create is one where we're connected, we're using our community assets, or one where we're disconnected and we're not going to because it's not safe enough. And I think as well, like, it just seems like a false economy, and that if we're off the roads, the people who don't need to be using it because we can use safe cycleways, then those roads free up anyway. So it just seems like a win-win.
Yeah, and I think there's a disconnect there, is that if we want to empower our kids, it starts with cycling and riding and walking to school, actually, so around the city. So we want empowered people who are going to be at these meetings, right? It starts with giving them autonomy over how they move in the world, and so I don't think enough people in these meetings understand how kids are growing up in our world today and how the kids living in the city are disempowered because of these things not happening, these roads not being properly protected and safe for them.
Final question, Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you both. Really informative and very helpful, thank you. Just in terms of the catchment, the role catchment of your school, it's Newton School, and we often think, oh, it's that Newton-only community, but locals have told me that your role comes from the north side of Great North Road as well, running down into Greyland. Can you just describe how the children and the families, because it's not just children walking, it's families walking, how they might be walking and cycling to school now, and how they might be walking and cycling to school in the future? Is it a key particular raised crossing that you're identifying has value, or
It's
is it the multiple connections?
It's the side streets at the moment that are really difficult. So the raised platforms with the side streets coming onto Great North Road would make a huge difference, because the cars just come straight out there and onto Great North Road. So I personally feel that's the biggest, would make the biggest difference, was just the kids being able to safely cross those side streets onto Great North Road.
The side streets at the moment, it's really easy to get clipped with cars coming around because there's commercial vehicles parked and everything like that. On K Road, it's fundamentally different because cars look before they turn because they know there might be a cyclist coming, or they can see that green in the raised. So part of it would be the cycle path, but it's also the raised crossing and the difference between traffic and knowing there's scooters and cyclists coming, so they're looking.
So just go back to the first part. You've got a number of children and families on the north side of Great North Road, and is that growing as there's pressure on other schools further to the north? Can you just give us a sense of the role pressure and the increasing number of children and families wanting to walk and cycle to the school?
So Great North Road, like in the last 10 years, we've had the touring building going in, we've had the Crest, North Apartments, we've got the Hadlow townhouses. This is all just in the last 10 years, just between the Ponsonby intersection and the library, if you know where that is. There's more than that. It's on the PowerPoint. So we've just got an increasing number of families coming into this area, which with the new station will increase as well. That's part of our catchment zone too. And so we've just got all these families. Our role is increasing. We had to turn our library into a classroom last year. And there's work to go on with that. And like I said, we have the smallest land area per student in New Zealand. And so not only do we have these kids trying to get to school, but our school really wants to be able to use our community assets like Greyland Park on the other side of Great North Road and like the library. And so we walk there. And so part of it is not just kids getting to school, but our school getting out into the community. Yeah.
And one last one, a quickie. What is the difference between on Great North Road, this is crossing from the north side of the road to the south and vice versa for those communities, your school community. What is the difference between an at-grade crossing and a raised crossing?
Sorry, an at-grade crossing.
An at-grade, so an at-grade is just the surface running flat in line with the carriageway, and a raised crossing which slows the vehicles down. What is the difference in terms of the young people that you care for?
Yeah, just like Liz said.
I think it does make a difference, because slowing the traffic down is part of what we need there to have our children moving about safely. I think
It's used, really. Like, do we feel safe taking our children and walking them to these places? So do we do it or do we not? Basically, are we using a car to get to school, Or are we saying, actually, this feels safe, we're going to walk and bike? You know, are we having to get buses in to do our school trips? Or are we like, actually, and we love doing things like walking down to K Road. It's amazing for the kids to be out in our communities, but the difference is whether or not we feel safe enough doing that. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah and Liz, for your presentation today. Councillor Fletcher is happy to move a recommendation on the screen. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hills. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you again, and certainly all the chief personnel at Auckland Transport have been here listening to your presentation as well.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Okay, next item on the agenda after our public input today is local board. We haven't received any for that. However, item 7, extraordinary items, we do have one extraordinary item that will process under Standing Order 2.4.6, and it's to do with the recently released draft government policy statement on land transport. I think we've got the recommendations up on the screen. I'll just very quickly run through it. So it's really just an opportunity to receive a relatively brief update on this GPS. And as people will be aware, it was only released on the 4th of March earlier this week. And it can't really be delayed into a subsequent meeting because the submission's closed before the next committee meeting. So we just want to get a very brief verbal update on the process so people understand what the council will be doing. So that's the reason for the extraordinary nature of that. I'm happy to move it. Councillor Fletcher will second that, and we'll have that later on in the agenda. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, thank you everyone. Which brings us to the agenda as published today, and the first item 8 is almost a pro forma one in respect of the Auckland Transport Statement of Intent, which Claire is going to introduce. Basically a modification of AT's Statement of Intent due to legislative change and a request by Audit New Zealand. Welcome, Claire and Alistair, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chair has outlined, this report is basically just seeking an amendment to the Statement of Intent for Auckland Transport to align it with an amendment that was made to the Local Government Act around the financial provisions. It doesn't change any of the content or direction that's signalled in the Statement of Intent, and there's no flow on. It's just being asked of all of our CCOs to update it accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Is there any questions about this? It's just really respond. Okay, Councillor Henderson is happy to move. Councillor Fletcher second. Any discussion? All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, thank you, Claire. Item 9 might take a little bit longer, I think. It's the Auckland Transport 6-monthly Q2 performance report update. Claire is going to introduce it. We have Chief Executive Dean Kimpton and here to lead that off from Auckland Transport. And as we know, this is a summary of the 6-month performance. You should have got that report. It's quite bulky, and it's an opportunity for councillors to drill down on some of the details. So over to you, Claire.
Thank you. So as the Chair has outlined, this report sets out Auckland Transport's 6-month or Q2 performance through to the end of last year. As such, it doesn't reflect the recent government changes or some of the rail disruptions and RFT and decisions like that that have been made over the last few weeks. They are separate items that will be discussed on this committee. Dean is here today and can highlight some of the key successes and matters for your consideration or answer any questions. I'm happy to take the report as read. I note that Table 1 provides a summary of AT's Q1 and Q2 performance for each of its KPIs. And also, AT's report does provide progress against the 43 deliverables that are specified in the SOI and notes that 18 of those programs are on watch. And there is an additional recommendation in the report that is in response to the Independent Maori Statutory Board's treaty audit, which highlights that the Achieving Maori Outcome Plan is still outstanding from Auckland Transport. We've recommended that they provide that by June 2024, and I understand that the board has committed to that, and so that's in progress. So happy to answer questions and or offer Dean the opportunity to highlight anything he'd like to from the report.
Well, I think we'll just go straight to you, Dean.
I agree. Thank you. Sorry, I thought we were going straight to questions.
Sorry, okay, I thought you were going to just make it, so you're just happy to take
I'm
questions?
happy to take questions, and I don't have the team with me. If we need a specific, we've got some of our team at the back, but no councillors or anybody provide us any particular question in advance, so I wasn't quite sure who we should have here. So if we don't know the answer, I will come back.
Right, so we're just going straight to opening it up for questions. And
I note that board member Mark Darrow is here, and I wondered whether it would be good to invite him to
yes,
participate.
Mark was going to come up with the next item to do with the
Okay, no,
fuel
that's
tax. So
fine.
Mark is coming up then, and we'll be available to answer questions. So this is on the
The period, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's, all right. So we're opening up for questions now, and Honey, IMSB member, Honey, floor is yours.
Morena tātou. Just a real question. You made a reference that it doesn't reflect the government changes that have taken place. What impact in terms of treaty obligations yourself has, because you never achieved the Māori outcome for procurement, and you said that you're waiting for Haukura's audit delivery, but the issue that really is outstanding is the government changes have impacted on the Treaty of Waitangi. What impact, if any, which I would think possibly could be, have you viewed that would impact?
Yeah, thank you for the question, member. And I acknowledge Lillian Tahuri, who is also here and available to talk about our approach to developing the Maori Outcomes Plan. But in terms of a change of government and in terms of any impacts of the GPS on land transport, our commitment remains as stated in the SOI, and that is to deliver our 2% target. So I don't see it having any effect at this stage on our commitment as agreed with Council.
So what would and how in the next 6 months are you going to work towards achieving it? I know that you're waiting for this audit review that Haukura has done, but I haven't heard what else.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you once again. We're currently at our core SOI target is to deliver 2% of our capital spend, and we're currently at 1.7. So we've tasked our sustainable procurement team with ensuring that we achieve that. Now, we do know that a number of our suppliers are also committed to the same outcome. We're doing an audit of what their spend is. I believe that we will achieve the 2% by the end of this year, and that you'll find that we are either met or exceeded, and that's our commitment internally.
Oh, that's great to hear. It's ensuring that it does take place.
I've been frustrated. We've set on 1.7 to be fair, so our commitment is to deliver the 2%.
Kia ora.
Councillor Hills?
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. It is always hard to know, because this is looking backwards, but I also want to talk a little bit about it this year. So first of all, good stats on the cycling. That's a pretty big jump in expectations. So, you know, would great to have more infrastructure to connect more people to the current infrastructure. But the question was, how are we going with March Madness? To be honest, it feels like you guys planned ahead really well, and it feels what I'm seeing, but I'm only seeing part of the network. Do you have any updates? Stacey's updated me about a week or so ago, but the numbers are good, over 100%, I think, on buses.
Oh, the numbers have been really interesting. So there's a couple of themes here. I'm sure Stacey would answer the question far better than I would. But we did plan for March Madness, and we saw signs of that occurring through frantic February. Good weather has definitely contributed to patronage. Our patronage last week was circa 95, 96, 97% of pre-COVID. It's come off a bit this week. Aucklanders don't like catching public transport in wet weather, so we've seen it come off about 3%, as I recall. But our numbers on a daily basis are sitting at or above what they were in March 23. So we're very pleased with the strong uptake, and we've complemented bus services in particular across the network where we've seen real demand for additional capacity.
Thank you. Two more questions, sorry, Chair. The one quickly on safety and including Great North Road. So I'm not 100% sure, it's not super clear. Joe's sending me a bit of the data on the decision last week on the safety program. I'm a bit confused at what actually has been approved. There was a lot of... So we're continuing with what we unanimously approved around this table, or is there... Obviously GPS will change some things, but...
Sorry, Councillor, just to make sure there's a few things moving. One is katoa kaora, which is around speed management. The other one is around speed-related safety infrastructure. Are you asking both?
They're kind of connected, but...
They are,
yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
So if you're okay, I'll talk to both.
Yeah.
So katoa kaora and speed management, what the board has approved is two things. First of all, they have approved us taking to the next stage a proposal for variable speed, reduced speeds outside schools marae, and there was one council request called Kariatahi Road. So that is approved and it'll go through the legislative process. The other thing the board asked for is there were some very specific roads or locations, particularly town centres. The board asked to have another look at that, and we will bring a paper to them through a subcommittee and then into the next board if agreed, that looks at specific town centres or specific roads where there is a safety case for reduced speed. So that's on speed. On safety infrastructure, what we have done is we've looked across our program. We've been doing this for several months, but we've looked across our program and said that we've had an approach that has quite possibly been one size fits all and very driven by what the funding approvals were, which didn't take a risk-based approach necessarily to where we were in the type of infrastructure that might be required to deliver a safe outcome. So we've said, with safety in mind, because we're deeply committed to that, what are the options for delivering that safe outcome? And that's where we've identified that actually raised platforms aren't required everywhere, and there are a number of other safety interventions at lower cost that are able to deliver the same safety results. So that's what you heard us also approve last week, a more tailored risk-based approach to delivering on the safety objective.
Cool. And you just saw that presentation on Great North Road.
Yes.
Very clear presentation. Can you confirm that the enabling works are still going to carry on into the full program? I mean, I feel like we've supported that and pushed that project 15 times now.
So this is getting to the heart of several of the issues that are confronting both Auckland Transport and Auckland Council. So we've completed the enabling works, so that's all been done, and that was a great result because the enabling works included joint investment with Healthy Waters. The balance of the project is around cycling safety and bus optimisation. There are hundreds of buses that go up and down that road every single day. So my view is there is still investment required down Great North Road. And at this stage, until we've gone through a reprioritisation of our capital program, that project continues until we decide otherwise. At this stage, that is in our program. We've not made any decision to stop or de-scope it.
Okay, and last question. Thanks for the update on Devonport, and I know Gulf Harbour too, so Devonport, I think, more peak services by June, which is great, but I haven't had, and Stacey said it's coming, but I don't know, do we know a date on Bayswater, Birkenhead, when there might be a new boat in there? Because Explorer are doing great, but obviously those 75-minute frequencies are a bit of a killer.
Yeah, they are. Sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. Can we come back to you?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Councillor Henderson?
Thank you, Chair. Just two questions from me, and it's following on from Honey's question. So, first and foremost, why are we missing the mark on Māori procurement targets?
Good question. I think there's a couple of pieces of feedback in there. First of all, I'm not sure that we have necessarily connected the spend with where we're seeing suppliers that qualify, and to the degree that is accurate enough to satisfy us. But more importantly, what we haven't done and we will be doing is we haven't tracked what our third-party suppliers are. So on Eastern Bus, we know significant amounts being spent through and delivering on that Maori procurement outcome. We haven't recorded that, so that's what we're going back now to have a look at, so we can better connect what the broad range of spend is and bring that through into that result, because that legitimately qualifies as part of our commitment to deliver.
So it's potentially a recording issue.
It could be, yeah. I just want to make sure that if it's a recording issue that we've resolved that, and if it is, that's a reasonably simple fix. If it's not, then our commitment remains the same, that we will deliver against our 2% target.
Okay, cool. I look forward to the update on that one. So Councillor Hills has stolen my other question, but I'll just ask it in a sort of follow-up. So thanks for the level of detail that you did provide in terms of the speed management stuff. Can I just ask you at a more broad sort of fundamental level, are you confirming today that you're committed to implementing katoa ka ora, given this committee's unanimous decision?
We're committed to delivering, as I said. We're breaking that down. We haven't, at this stage, committed to delivering all that we originally consulted on. We have committed to delivering on schools, Marae and Kuriatahi Road. We are committed to bringing into that, subject to board approval, town centres and specific roads. But what we also acknowledge, and I felt was also acknowledged around this council table when this was last debated, is that we have got a new speed rule coming in, and the view was it was unwise to get ahead of that until we understood what that actually meant, and that was the view of the board.
Okay, so if I could just, this is my last question, thanks Chair. If I could ask it sort of another way, are there parts of that plan that we endorsed that you will not be committing to as an organisation?
Oh, the honest and frank answer is there could be. Yeah, there could be. It's got the approval process. So it was great to have the endorsement of this committee, no question. Yeah. But and that is definitely has significant weight. But there is a process that needs to go through, and whatever we decide or approve also needs to go to the Director General of Land Transport and be ultimately approved. And without having discussed it directly with them, they will be waiting to see what the speed rule is as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've got a couple of questions. One's about the dynamic bus lanes, and I see there that we've piled into consideration. Can we see what you do consultation? And the idea is to get one or two up and then consult, I would have thought. So if you consult first, there's feedback. As a result of the feedback, we're going to reconsider it. So if we ask everybody what we're going to do, we'd never do anything. I mean, if you recall at the consultation for the dynamic lanes at Whangaparaa, everybody opposed it, but someone was brave enough to do it. Now they'd love it. So, eh? No, but quite a lot of the public did. And so, who do you consult with for that? just the people in Maihura Road or the whole community or the users of, why and what and how and did happen there?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. This is the horns of a dilemma question, this one. And I acknowledge that, I acknowledge the delay and the frustration. One of the things that this council has been very clear to us is we need to better listen and understand our communities. So I hold that as one principle. The second principle is that as we approach opportunities like this, the groups that we do want to hear from are this group. We want to hear from the local board where the dynamic lane may be proposed. We would want to hear from, particularly affected business associations or the like. So that is the nature of the consultation I think we would be undertaking, and I'm more than willing for us as an organisation to do trials. I agree with you, okay? And if we do it on a temporary basis and we learn from it and it succeeds, great. And if it doesn't, then we'll adapt. So I agree with you, Mayor, but I want to acknowledge or out the fact that we're being asked to listen and understand and take our communities with us, not doing it to them.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, until they've seen it, they don't know what it is. And so...
So I agree.
I can just see if you consult too early on time of use charging, there'll be people who say, oh, we don't know, because they don't know what it is. Mm. And so I'm getting to time of use charging in the next page. I'm now on page something or other, 78. Again, I want you to get at least 2 of them up by mid-2025. And one on a motorway and one on a road, so that people can see what it's going to be like. They're not going to be live, it's not going to be charging them, but there's signs up there saying, if you were here at 9 o'clock now, it would cost you $4.50 or something or other like that. So they get a feel for what it is. And the other thing is, can you get the cost right? Because it says $220 million, which is a number that came out of something years ago when they were talking about an exclusion zone for the city, and which is infinitely more expensive here. Like there's no need for a gantry on a motorway. There's bridges, you just stick it on a bridge. So if that 220 million is left there, that will become the figure. And it's not based on anything like what we're doing. So my question is, can you please remove that figure and either put in a different figure or put in a question mark saying we don't know what it is yet?
Yeah, I also understand that was subject of a workshop yesterday. So, yeah, I agree. We'll go back and test that figure. That's an old figure, and we will make sure that it's either got a question mark or something that's more likely.
Just a rather high-level question, Dean, following on from that in respect of the dynamic laning and having some familiarity with what happened in Whangapraia, which was quite a long process, and the Mayor was right. There was a lot of sort of obstruction from the public, who had various perceptions on how it may or may not go. As it turned out, it's been a godsend. I shudder to think what it'd be like without. But I did recall at the time that there was quite a lot of consideration had to go in via the NZTA approval process in terms of cross friction and safety. So it wasn't quite as simple as we all thought in terms of people then adapting to the new roading. That was very fortunate in the sense that you had a very localised community that travelled on the road every day, so you had people very familiar. Are you finding that some of these other possibilities have got that sort of constraint, or is it just a matter of getting through that kind of consultation and trial process?
So we've got a dynamic lane opportunity that's local road to local road, where we generally have all the levers within our control, and if it works and it delivers a better result, great. Where it intersects with the state highway, that's where you have to also get agreement with NZTA. And there are some examples where that would be a significant topic that we would need to address with them. Because if you took the current 2 or 3 lane road and you, for example, Whangapara Road, and you want to put 2 lanes into the state highway network when there's currently 1, and that 1 is being used to throttle volumes on the state highway network, and now you've unleashed the throttle, that becomes an issue. And I can think of several roads where that would be the case. So that is something that we need to agree with them. And in the same way that we're having to agree with the Northwestern Busway, where it comes in and off local road onto state highway network, that also becomes a throttle. So there is issues that we need to address. That would be another example of the same constraint.
Okay, thank you. Final question, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I've got questions in 3 areas. First is deaths and serious injuries. That was not met in Q1 but was met in Q2. Do we understand, is that just a seasonal effect? Do we understand why we had an improvement and how we can build on that improvement?
Sorry, I can't answer that question off the top of my head, Councillor. I will come back to you on the reasons for the Q2 improvement.
Great, thank you. Then the dynamic lanes issue, so there has been consultation on one, just to confuse matters, it's Great North Road, but it's a different part of Great North Road in Waterview. And one of the things that's been raised there, a lot of community concern, and the discussion of the possibility of trialling there was that a trial's not possible from the consultation conversations with AT. So wanting to understand, given the interest you've just shown in trials, is that going to be re-looked at there as a result of the consultation? Because I think there's a lot of practical stuff there that needs to be worked out, like, for example, the entrance in and out of the service station, which is quite difficult.
What I might do, Councillor, is just, Murray Burt's in the room. If Murray's got an answer, we'll bring him forward. If he doesn't, we'll come back to you.
Yeah,
Murray.
no worries. No, okay, that's all right. We can keep talking about that. Yeah.
Okay, no, we will come back to you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Just noting the interest in trials, I think that would be one where we should potentially wave that flag. And just to go back to the speed management stuff, so I think I heard you say before, looking at variable speeds rather than permanent around schools, Marae, and obviously Kariotahi we'll put to one side, that's separate. But can I just understand, I thought we were looking at permanent?
Look, I need to double check exactly what the board resolution is, sorry, but I'm aware of it's either permanent, fixed, for fixed periods, 7 days a week or 5 days a week. So that is one option, and variable is another option. So we've got both options available, and we know that those options, depending on the environment you're in, they will work better in some locations over others. So the view was of the board and staff was that we should look at the context in which the speed control needs to be put in. So, for example, if you're on a rural road, and this is often quoted, and you'll probably recognise it, if you're on a rural road, having a variable sign that's also flashing at you, telling you're in a low-speed environment that's come down from 80 or 100 to 30 over school hours, that's a very powerful way of communicating to a driver, rather than a sign that's static and fixed there and saying, in the appropriate font size, between 7:30 and 9:30 you need to be driving 30. So we will look at the safety case and we'll vary, and that's the position we're taking. We'll look at the safety case and say what sort of signage and how do we manage safety in that environment.
Okay, so I understand that in the rural context, but most of these are not in the rural context.
Many aren't, they're in urban environments, yep.
Yeah, so that's something I think we need to discuss further. So where a local board supported speed management permanent outside of school or marae or indeed other streets, what weight is going to be given to that in the next stage of the process?
Outside of schools and marae, full weight, because that's all been approved and it'll go through for support. Outside of town centres and some other selected specific roads, that's coming to the board. And we're aware, and I've seen the draft report, it outlines quite succinctly what the position of every local board or other interest group is in that speed outcome that's being sought. So that's all there and it's fully accounted for and is part of the consideration process.
So I guess, given that the board had that information, did they not have that information prior to the meeting last week, I think it was?
They had all of that information, but the decision was made to progress at pace on schools and Marae and then to look more deeply at specific roads and town centres. So we're just taking a two-step process. They're 1 month apart.
Okay, so I'm just flagging your high level of community support for the Bird Streets and Point Chev. You won't be surprised by that. And I know that the local board there is very keen to action that as soon as possible. There's quite a high level of frustration that it's been separated out and is now going to be delayed. So I think the community is going to be looking for an answer on that.
I'm aware of all of those town centres have got varying degrees of great support, so and that's all recorded and understood.
Okay, looking forward to an outcome. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley?
Oh, thank you. Just in regards to your engagement with local elected reps, I really appreciate you hearing me about the Pimnua intersection and people still driving into the wrong lanes, and Jared Plumridge and Ian Kingston coming out on site and the very next day coming through with some actions that can be put in place. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. I also wanted to ask about trains, because in my bubble and my rose-coloured glasses, I was celebrating the Eastern Line being reopened again. I did my TikToks. I was saying, everybody get back on the train. And then there was disruptions, heat, and other things. So I also see in your report you have a disruption blueprint. Does that mean we're going to be expecting more disruptions? And if so, how are we going to socialise that perception that just because the lines were closed, have work done, does not mean that they could operate continuously with no issues?
So this is quite a complex issue for us, and you'll have Kiwi Rail in here later on the agenda. We've been working really positively with Kiwi Rail over years, including recent months, to support them with the business case approvals needed to get the investment to bring the tracks up to a standard where we can provide the level of service that commuters expect. And so that work continues in progress, and you'll read the same media I do about the challenges of that. Our view is these disruptions will continue in various forms until we've resolved a minimum level of service across the track infrastructure. But as Auckland Transport, we deeply support Kiwi Rail getting there, and we'll do everything we can because we know that our commuters love travelling on the train. And when a train is cancelled or delayed and people lose confidence, they don't all shift from the train to a bus. They, maybe 60% do. The rest either don't travel or they use a car. So we're very committed to getting this right. It's a very, very important part of choice. How we communicate that the disruptions will continue and what form they'll continue and over what lines, that's a good challenge. Some of the planned disruptions are easier to communicate. It's the unplanned where we have an incident or there's a failure of some sort with very little warning, that becomes tougher. But we are looking at how we communicate from an AT perspective, no question.
Thank you. And also appreciate your comments regarding Great North Road, because, I've started taking my niece and nephew to school, and my God, I'm so scared they're going to get run over on the busy roads that they have to go through. So the youngest one, I will take her in the car, but the older one, he wants to walk, so I take that risk, but appreciate your comments on that.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Councillor Bartley, and certainly commend you for that initiative with Pam Muir, actually getting people out, seeing that and seeing someone coming round and going on the wrong side of the roundabout. So there's seeing is believing, as the old saying goes. So well done on that. Okay, so that brings us to the ends of questions then. So you want to say something?
Chair, I just wanted to say one thing, and I know that you've got the summary. I should have said this at the beginning, so forgive me. You've got the dashboard that identifies where we were Q1, Q2, the not mets. We did report to the board for the end of January that current status, we're only down to 2 not mets. And our commitment is that we will be met or exceed on all of these. So I just want to say that good progress is being made across all of these metrics. And so that's why I can look at the Maori procurement and say we're deeply committed to achieving that. The one that we may not achieve could well be the maintenance standard or the asset condition across the network. But we're working very hard to achieve that with the level of investment that's been approved. So, look, I'm feeling positive about the direction of travel, but a lot of hard work's going on from a good team to get there, and it was pleasing to see the January result. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Fletcher has moved it and seconded by myself. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Thank you, Claire and Dean. We move on to item 10, which is entitled the implications of removal of regional fuel tax. We have a number of personnel here to do this in addition to the Chief Executive, Mark Lang, Nikki Lucas and Murray Burt, and we also, as I alluded to earlier, we have Mark Darrow, the Deputy Chair of the AT Board here. Welcome, Mark. And basically, the main purpose of this item is really just to give us a little bit of an insight into the implications of the removal of the fuel tax and to endorse the listed allocation priorities for the remaining RFT and the review of programs that will follow as a result. So the recommendations up there, they look like one of my old high school English essays with all the corrections in red from the teacher, but really what the red does, and I might just ask Barry just quickly to refer to it, is just really to try and make things clearer so that we're communicating very clearly what the situation is with the regional fuel tax and how we'll be proceeding in terms of prioritisation. So it really serves the end of trying to spell out clearly for the public record where we sit. But I'll just let Barry perhaps just briefly speak to that.
Thank you, Chair. You covered that pretty well. There are a couple of other bits in there, which is just to make sure that the recommendations here come in with the options that are covered under the legislation, that we are aligned with what the regional fuel tax can and can't do, and there are some commitments in there. So it's really just to bring that alignment around.
Point of clarification, could we just scroll down? Thank you.
Okay, so with that said, over to the team for the presentation.
Thank you, committee, and can I acknowledge Mark? It's really pleasing to have you here too, so as Deputy Chair, and the team for the hard work that's been going in over the last several weeks. We all saw this coming. It was very clearly part of the Coalition's 100-day plan. And so we're also grateful to working with the Auckland Council Finance team because we've been able to manage some of the impact of removal of the regional fuel tax in the way that we've planned for the next LTP. So the way that we have positioned this is acknowledging it removes approximately $1.2 billion from the capital program. The way that we've approached this is effectively taking a staged approach. So the first stage, and you'll have seen in those recommendations or proposed resolutions, that we continue where regional fuel tax is funding, and remember the regional fuel tax only funds a portion of each project, it's part of the funding stack. So you'll have local share from rates, you'll have money from the National Land Transport Fund, and you'll have regional fuel tax, or it could be from another source, Crown Infrastructure Partners. to make up the total funding stack to deliver a project. Where a project has got regional fuel tax attached to it, we'll take, with all of those projects in mind, we're clear that legislation provides for us to continue Eastern Busway and the electric trains and associated stabling yards. The legislation also provides for us, by definition, to take that portion of regional fuel tax that was allocated to public transport operating costs and continue to use that funding in that way. Then the balance of it is on CRL Day 1 and road improvement projects. Of the 360 million that's available, there's not going to be much left to support what would have otherwise been done through those portions of the program. So what that leaves us with is we've got a capital program that's now $1.2 billion less. We're looking back through the whole capital program and identifying those that have the greatest strategic alignment and the best BCRs, and we're differentiating them from those that have lesser strategic alignment and lower BCRs, and we will have to reallocate capital from the lower group back into the higher group. And some of those might be RFT funded projects and some of them might not. But we need time to do that and to do it thoroughly and properly. We will review and we will adjust on the go because we can't sterilise delivery of our whole capital program. That would also be a perverse outcome. So we'll be reallocating capital from one to the other where it makes best sense to do so. The impact, therefore, and we need to understand that the impact of removing the regional fuel tax may not be limited to those projects that were being funded by it, where those projects under the formerly funded by regional fuel tax have a higher BCR and better strategic alignment, then it may be a non-RFT funded project that gets de-scoped, delayed or stopped. I'll give you one example. And that example relates to the charging infrastructure for the electric ferries. That was previously funded by the RFT. It's not provided for in the changed legislation, but that project deeply aligns with a whole lot of outcomes we're committed to. To stop it would mean that we'd not be able to deliver a renewed ferry fleet. And that would have serious implications because the existing ferry fleet is aged and needs replacing. And we're also looking to change the ferry operating model that allows us to own the fleet and contract in the service provider as opposed to the service provider owning the fleet and providing the service. So that would be an example where we would need to find currently circa, I think it's 20 million or thereabouts, 15 or 20 million from another project allocated to that so we can keep going. Okay, so there is that complexity. We need time to work through it and work through it clearly and transparently and bring that through to the board. But what we're seeking today from you is not project approval. We're seeking from you approval in principle as proposed. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll hand over to Mark.
Thanks, Dean. I think you probably covered the key messages in the presentation, but for completeness, if you're happy, Chair, I'll run through the slides because I know this is a complex issue. And if I can make this work, there we go. So just the background, and this page here is listing to when it was actually enacted, there was a thing called an order in council that was passed by government. So while councillors were the ones that sort of led with the chin to get regional fuel tax put in place, it required the enacting legislation. And it essentially split out these 14, they were called projects, but essentially buckets of what projects were eligible for RFT, and it was very prescriptive underneath, and it literally lists out what is or isn't eligible. And they have actually been refreshed, since the RFT was introduced as recently as I think it was May 2023. Essentially what the legislation is that they're passing, it doesn't replace, I don't think, I'm not a lawyer, the previous piece, but it repeals, it sits alongside this and basically says the only buckets on this list that you're allowed to spend money on going forward for it is projects 4, 6 and 12. that are on that list. So the Eastern Busway, electric train stabling, and the road corridor improvements. All of the rest of them we're effectively not allowed to spend RFT on. This slide gives a little bit more background. Just a reminder, so if you think of the scheme as it was essentially over 10 years going to raise about $150 million a year, so 1.5 billion ending in 2028. So it's coming off 4 years early. So 150 mil, 4 years, 600 mil less into council coffers. And if you assumed that money would have attracted match co-funding, you're talking about a $1.2 billion gap if the co-funding falls away as well. Basically what I just said there, so these are the projects we can spend the money on going forward, and there are some specific things actually called out under the Eastern Busway and the things like the trains that actually, and we'll get onto this in a minute, we could actually still within there choose to spend some money on actually running services within those projects. This slide gives you just a pie chart of how it's historically been spent, and you can see largely on public transport already improvements, road safety and other roading improvements with a small piece on active modes. The recommendation or initial implications of the removal here and how far it will go, setting out that, and this is something just need to remind people, is obviously the money was collecting about 150 a year, but there's always a lag between collection and spending. We couldn't spend it in advance. So we built up about 360 million, we're thinking around 30 June, of unspent reserves, and in terms of how it could be allocated, 210 to Eastern Busway, 75 to the trains and stabling, and that leaves around, and we'll need to work through the exact numbers, but around 75 mil, and these are some of the options of where it could be spent. So within the electric trains and stabling bucket, there is actually the ability to spend it on other CRL day one type projects. So if you think of the developments outside the station on Wellesley Street, and also part of the development around what we call Project K up around the K Road station. So the sort of things that are required for CRL day one opening. Ability to also fund some of the new services on Eastern Busway and the new trains, which obviously funded when CRL goes live, and then that last bucket being road corridor improvements. Very specific list. Yes, no, it's a good point. There's no way that 75 will fund everything there, so there's going to be some choices about how it gets allocated across those other bits, and obviously you could spread it very thinly, or you could allocate more into certain buckets. But and that's why we'll come back to the prioritisation piece and the choices around it. Another way to think of this, these are the projects that are eligible to have it allocated to it going forward. Is probably the best way to think. It doesn't mean we have to allocate. And obviously under road corridor improvements, some very specific projects listed, and then on the very last bit also road seal extensions was explicitly called out, which now is effectively a subset of our unsealed roading program. So think of it more as there's obviously a number of smaller projects in there that would be eligible. Implications. And Dean's largely touched on this already, but obviously our funding comes from a huge number of sources, both central and local government. The long-term plan, and just a reminder, when it was released, we made a very late change, and we didn't actually float totally through, so we didn't go and reprioritise the 14 billion program in there, but had a specific call out that with the regional fuel tax coming off, that program would probably need to drop about 600 mil. The long-term plan had already assumed it came off in 2 years' time, but not immediately. So this then necessitates, and that's why the last piece was critically included in the long-term plan, it's going to require this detailed reprioritisation, but critically also we need to take into account this latest government policy statement that's come out, which could arguably have even bigger impacts in terms of, once we work through the detail, in terms of what it might mean for what does get priority and co-funding from central government going forward. So based on that, and again, Dean's touched on this, but in terms of slide, it effectively leaves us with two options. Do we just look at, when we look at a reprioritisation, RFT funded projects, or the entire capital program, and our strong preference is to do the second. So we actually, and I guess if I stand back in layman's terms, we don't want the funding to be the tail that wags the dog. We should actually step back and go, well, this is the amount of money that's now available. What are the highest priority things that we should be doing as a council family? And take into account, with what is actually eligible for co-funding going forward. So the initial proposals, and for completeness, we do recommend continuing to spend the money on Eastern Busway. We have done a piece of work, I won't share the numbers because it's obviously commercially sensitive, but if we were to go and break that contract, there is an exorbitant cost of lost money. And also, again, you're building a key strategic asset out to the east, which doesn't have decent public transport options, and it effectively gives them the equivalent of the Northern Busway. Train stabling, obviously the trains are currently in construction in Mexico, and we need the stabling for them. There's nowhere to house them if we don't build it. So to us, they're critical investments that just need to continue. Otherwise, our crown jewel CRL will be built, and we won't have the trains to run when it opens. So those are the other key bits. The other piece then around these CRO roadside projects, and I listed a couple of examples there. We see these as critical. Again, if you think about pedestrians or commuters coming out of those stations, walking out onto a street that doesn't have wider footpaths, etc., there's safety issues, and it's just about traffic flow and actually optimising those assets. And to go back and retrofit those types of things post-opening doesn't seem like a smart idea. And then that leaves us with the choice around, how some of these other amounts of money could be spent. And this was talking specifically about the projects, in terms of where remainder could go. But to the point, the amount left would be a small contribution to some potential projects and road and corridor improvements. Sorry, I just jumped too far. I'll just come back and, sorry, I just jumped about 3 slides. And then Dean's touched on, there are certain other things that are contractually committed that aren't eligible for RFT, but we want to continue the landslide charging infrastructure. And then the Wainui one, just as a reminder, that's that big development, the Mildale one up at Wainui, which council actually led, and effectively our part was putting in some connecting roads and a bridge. But obviously that's all wrapped up in a bigger commercial arrangement. So again, we're saying that needs to continue, and there's some housing development around Reed Hill. But just calling out some specific examples, so we're thinking those pieces obviously need to continue the funding. This is the cut down list of things that then are saying are no longer eligible for RFT. And again, as part of this reprioritisation exercise, we will be very careful about, looking at where these projects are in terms of whether they're in design or construction yet, or getting close to construction, and being very prudent about doing that prioritisation exercise prior to making any further big decisions around projects that are eligible for RFT. The OPEX piece, and we just thought we'd put this in as a separate slide later on, and this is the point that there is a choice in here to actually fund if we want to choose to, and we'll work through this with the council finance team, and as part of the LTP, would it make more sense to actually allocate some of this money into some of the funding of some of these key services when they go live, just because of obviously the financial constraints on council at the moment? One to be worked through. So basically that brings us to, and this is sort of a slightly cut down version of the other recommendation you saw, but the key is what we're recommending here is that the Transport and Infrastructure Committee effectively note what we've said here, critically endorse that we continue to invest the money in Eastern Busway, electric trains and stabling, and then endorses, and 5, obviously the detail needs to be worked through, but that the remaining allocation sits across these CRL day 1 projects, road corridor projects, and or OPEX for Eastern Busway electric train. So those are the bits that are still eligible, but clearly it will be a small wedge of helping contribute to the cost of those things. And obviously we're going to undertake this reprioritisation very quickly, which we will want to be taking into account as we work through it, the implications from the GPS, albeit that's only draft at the moment, it needs to be worked through. So those are the slides. Hopefully that's helpful, and happy to take any questions.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. So we'll quite a complex business there to try and come to terms with. Do we have any questions people may have on the regional fuel tax? Mayor.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. Firstly, you've asked us, you've got 2 potential approaches. I would support the second scenario, which reprioritises the whole program on the basis that projects be prioritised on their merits, not their funding sources. I think we'd done that a few years ago. We might not have spent so much money. Secondly, the electric ferry charging, which you raised, is one that should be done. I was actually approached by a company yesterday who might be interested in putting that up and paying it off over a period of time. So perhaps you might like to contact me about that and take that further. The recommendation says that to do the Eastern Busway, it just says we may do the Eastern Busway. It doesn't say we must do the Eastern Busway. And I'm mindful that the councillors from Howick don't like buses, and we've all had plenty of lessons from Councillor Williamson, who has videos of people on empty buses. He's asked me to watch 30 minutes of nothing happening, which I have resisted. And so, and I don't want to upset my councillors from that area there, so I'd like you to consider whether we do actually. And in terms of pulling out of things, just to do something because of the cost of pulling out of it is not a reason to do something. It's a reason for reducing the cost of pulling out of it by pointing out to those people they never get near the work again. But so I'm not suggesting that we do or don't, but I'm just suggesting there are people who regularly attend and speak a lot here who don't like buses out in Howick. And these people are quite close to the government, so perhaps I'm missing something. You might like to consider that, or at least I'd ask you to consider that. And lastly, we spoke yesterday about when we stop things, which is when they are, before they're started, not just when they're designed and committed. And we haven't started Great North Road, and as the one person in the council who lives in Great North Road, I think it's a waste of money. So please note those things. That's what I'm asking you to do. Could you mind noting those things? Thank you very much.
Okay, so you're taking that on board. Councillor Ferry, followed by Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Point of clarification, start with with due respect to Mr. Mayor, you don't live on Great North Road, and we did have a presentation earlier from two people who walk their children along Great North Road, and it's a shame that you weren't here for that. I'm sure for a good reason, but I think that would have been helpful. The question I have, though, is actually quite similar to the direction the Mayor was going in before that. We're being asked here to endorse the continuation of two mega million-dollar projects on a covering report. So we actually haven't really had any advice on endorsing the continuation of those two projects beyond what you've just presented to us, and noting that one of them is $210 million and highly controversial in terms of at the local level. I would prefer to have much more advice and more of a conversation before I'm voting to endorse the Eastern Busway stages 2 and 3. I think the electric trains and stabling, the trains are on their way effectively. That one makes sense to me, but the other one I think deserves a lot more robust advice. So when is that coming, please?
Okay. So the intention wasn't to bring any more robust or deeper information on either Eastern Busway or CRL investments, but the board has considered the cost of stopping Eastern Busway. The last review in December or January of this year showed that if we stopped it today and did not start it again, the minimum cost of doing so would be $50 million. If we stopped, paused and then remobilised, you'd have no change out of $75 million. Depending on how long you stopped for. So look, those are contracts that are in full flight right now, all of those contracts. I personally think, and I've gone out there, I think there's a lot of community support for the Eastern Busways. So I know there is some contention with some individuals, but to be honest, I don't think maybe we're reading the room at all well if we think that there's a lot of opposition to the Eastern Busway out in the east part of Auckland.
Follow up. So I think you said the cost of stopping in terms of the contractual commitments was 15 million or 75 million? 50, right. That's what I wanted to check, yeah. Is that smaller than 210 million?
Sorry, can I just on Eastern Busway, and this is again, it's when we're just looking at the funding slice of these projects, just a reminder, Eastern Busway, and depending on whether you take retrospective land, call it 1.4 billion as a project. What we've negotiated over the last few years is that project is being 51% funded by Wakakotahi. There's an extra 200 million the Crown's tipping in, which was originally earmarked, I think, for the cycling bridge. So government's paying more than its fair share of that project. So what we're debating here is for the local share component, which effectively councils or ATF committed to, is does that come out of general rates or still an allocation of the regional fuel tax, which is it's eligible to the way that this repealing legislation has been passed, because there's only 3 buckets now we can point it into. So again, sorry, and I know that's complex, but it's, if you think at a project level, it's a very big, significant project that's substantially government funded. And it's just this choice around if we want to break it, it's a national conversation in some ways, given the funding mix. But our recommendation is that we would still, from the unspent balance that's gone into council's bank accounts, direct it in there, because it's the biggest thing we're doing, to fund our share of it. I don't know if that helps, but we've got the money sitting in the bank account. Why wouldn't we put it in there?
We might not choose to prioritise that one, but just one last question, which is around the fact that we, the RFT went through quite an extensive consultation process prior to my time around this table. We made commitments to the community through that consultation process about precisely what it would be spent on, and we are now effectively being forced to change those commitments by central government. Does that leave us open? The fact that we consulted on, we're going to spend it on X, and now acknowledging, it's not necessarily at our choosing that we're changing it or that we're stopping it early. What are the legal implications for us in terms of the community's expectations and whether we're honouring them?
The government has the power to change the legislation and direct how that regional fuel tax is applied. So we've sought to reflect that. It can be spent in those 3 areas we've identified. As for letting down expectations where those have been built up with our communities, that's a matter for those communities to raise with their local MPs, but this is effectively legislated. We're looking and giving advice as to how best to respond to it.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker online.
Yeah, hi there, Mr. Chair. Just have a question around these projects, completion of the Eastern Busway, electric trains, and stabling. Are those projects already contracted in the sense that we know what they're going to be spent on and where?
Correct. We have signed contracts. All of those projects are deep into delivery and contingent on getting them finished just so we can deliver the service. So if for example, the choice was made not to fund the electric trains and stabling yards, you would not be delivering CRL on day one. You'd be walking it. If you chose to not finish Eastern Busway, then you wouldn't be providing public transport services out into the east in the same way that the north and the northwest enjoy. So I think it's a very blunt decision that you all have to make. I don't know how I can put it more succinctly.
Okay, just on the electric trains and the stabling, is there some detail that I could receive just around that? I'm sure it may have been publicised, the number of trains and just some details around the stabling, where that is, what it amounts to.
we can provide another update. We'll do it by way of memo, but there's a lot of information in the public space about trains, train stations, locations, timing, but if that's going to help, then we'll provide that information.
Okay, and the other quick question I've got just goes to the issue that the Mayor raised around electric ferries. That's certainly something I take an interest in. In an instance where we might be looking at operational funding, because there could be another party that could supply the ferry and fund it in via capital. Is there any prospect of using any operational expenditure through this fund for electric ferries?
The short answer is no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. The next question is Councillors Darby, Hills, Henderson, Lee, Newman and Councillor Bartley.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dean. Mark, good to see you, and Mark and the other Mark. Just in terms of the balance, now Matakana Link Road is taken care of anyway. It's on the list, but it's already been taken care of. Lincoln Road, sorry, is out because that didn't make the draft LTP cut. So in terms of the road corridor improvements, we're down to the Rural Unsealed Road Program, Lake Road, Glenvar, and the Smales Ellens Road improvements as well. What is the quantum of RFT, Mark, if you have this in your head? What is the RFT quantum that's going into, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4 areas, in which is potentially live for road corridor improvements allocation?
Sorry, and this is where it becomes a bit of a mental arithmetic, because it actually depends on how much gets allocated to the CRL Day 1 projects in terms of Wellesley Street and the piece around Pitt Street. But essentially there's a 75 mil pot there to allocate across those buckets. Yeah, and again, that's why I think it's really important that we don't, and I said don't let the tail wag the dog on the funding. We know they're eligible for funding, and we need to go away and do that prioritisation and look at what are the best options around it, but also then start bringing in that new GPS lens of are they still eligible for co-funding or not, those projects. And that's the piece of work we're going to have to do in the next few months.
Can I ask that because members of the government in the House have spoken in their speeches about the likelihood of Lake Road and Glenvar, those particular ones, being eligible by their decisions for funding. But what I'm reading is what's left won't go that far. It won't even touch the sides.
Correct. And in some projects, RFT only made up, I remember it was somewhere between about 10 or 50% of the projects. There was always, all of these projects was, apart from probably the unsealed or road extensions piece, was always subject to getting co-funding from government from other pots. That's why the co-funding piece becomes so critical. So if they always generally had either developer contributions, regional fuel tax and co-funding. And that's why we've got to kind of bring, it becomes quite a complex kind of process to bring together the available funding and then against the prioritisation of the projects. And I suppose if I just step back for a second, this effectively happens, irrespective of the RFT being cut, this effectively, we go through this every 3 years when the GPS comes out in terms of new government priorities for the next 3-year period.
Just a couple more questions, Chair. Is there likely to be, I'm sure it hasn't been undertaken yet, but or will you undertake some modelling on the impacts of the expunging of the regional fuel tax? So on general traffic congestion, public transport patronage uptake, cycling counts, safety, deaths, serious injuries. Is there likely to be, on Auckland Transport's part, a good, strong look at what the actual implications are, you know, the outcomes? Because my read of it is the RFT was making a positive contribution in all those areas, and now I'm thinking it can't help but have a negative effect on deaths and serious injuries, public transport patronage, general congestion, etc. is work likely to be undertaken to model the impact, the effects? And then one more question, Chair.
Look, we will do our best to get all of those outcomes and consider the alignment of the project with those strategic outcomes and the BCR. So we will do both. What worries me from an Auckland transport and an investment perspective for delivering outcomes for Auckland, capital project outcomes, is if we go too far back and rethink all of the capital program, we could spend months in this, we could put a lot of things on pause and put a lot of projects at risk. So the approach will be nuanced. It will rapidly, the intention of a rapid review is to identify what are the projects most challenged against strategic outcomes and BCR, and if we agree that that is the case, then we will look to reallocate capital to the higher ones that are under funding threat so they can continue going, so we don't lose momentum. And then we'll work in towards the middle. So it is a nuanced, rapid review. Otherwise, we could spend a lot of time reviewing a potentially $14 billion capital program with GPS, regional fuel tax and LTP moving parts, and we could almost freeze on the spot. We can't afford to do that. So yes, we do want to review against those criteria, Councillor, but we're going to do some of this very rapidly because we need to keep progress as well. It's
Okay,
pragmatic.
thank you. And I'll just come back. You mentioned the word rapid, and then motion F, the recommendation F, there's the addition of some words there, report the findings of the rapid review. There's no expectation on your part, Dean, to be reporting information that puts before this committee or any council committee the opportunity to be pick and mixing projects. You're reporting findings at a high level in terms of the big budget buckets. Is that what we're expecting to see come back when we highlight reporting the findings to this committee?
Yeah, yes, I would have thought so. I mean, your trust in Auckland Transport is we deliver within a capital program and we deliver within a broad capital budget and we deliver within programs of work, and you set those out. You set them out in terms of renewals and maintenance. You set them out in terms of public transport and public transport services. So our commitment to you is, of course, we're going to be sensible about any decisions made. We commit to living within our budget because we don't have any authority to do otherwise, and we commit to living within, in investment terms, those broad program budgets. And we're saying we will now be wise around how we reallocate capital to ensure that we can keep going against those projects that are best alignment. I don't think this committee wants to get into individual project approvals. That's the role of the AT board. Yours is to set the parameters. So we will bring back feedback on how we're going, of course, but we weren't going to bring back individual projects for approval.
Councillor Hills?
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I guess first question on that, we chose, as in we as a council with the AT, chose the projects that went in. Now we're being told. Is that correct? The last government allowed us to choose the priorities. Obviously they agreed with them through Parliament, but I remember that we chose the priorities. Now we've got a government. Is that correct? Is that how I've seen it?
I think that's a similar question to Councillor Ferry. Effectively, the government of the day has the power through legislation to reset the priorities, okay, and that is what they've done, and we are giving you advice on how best to respond to that.
And I guess with all due respect, your answers are correct of what we should do, but it was, we had the funding, and so, you know, this is the government choosing to rip this funding away. The $14 billion central thing, sorry, the choice, I guess, through the LTP, that's obviously going to be auto reduced to 13.4, or is that actually, would we use the Wakukutahi funding too?
Sorry, per the LTP, so we put in a placeholder saying that it's coming down to 13.4, and that's the piece we'll need to work through initially. The key piece, though, is, bear in mind the 14 bill is a 10-year number.
Yeah.
Now that we're getting the GPS, that's only a 3-year view. So all the action for us really is in those first 3 years initially to try and work out alignment of priorities now between the regional fuel tax coming out, the pivots and the GPS, which we weren't planning to really go into today, unless you want to make any high-level comments, but it's what's the available funding in the first 3 years and how might that money be prioritised within the broader context of those long-term strategic 10-year outcomes.
Thank you. The original plan of projects we consulted on was 4.2 billion, I think I remember. So if you extrapolate that, it's about 1.8. Is it about 1.8 billion dollars worth, 1.7 billion dollars worth of projects? Because if you include the DCs and the borrowing, that is what is missing now, essentially.
Not necessarily. I mean, there's different ways you can think about it, but the way I'd simplistically think about it is there's $600 million now that was going to turn up in council's bank account that's not over 4 years.
Yeah.
And then you can sort of think about co-funding, because co-funding we can still advocate for it through other means and things like that. So it's not as black and white as.
And I know it reduces our borrowing capacity by another 400 million a year. Does that affect you guys directly, or is that our overall capital budget that we end up allocating to you that affects it? Does that automatically fall to AT? Or is it something we do on the accounting side?
The 600s come directly out of AT's capital program.
Yeah, but I understand the 600 plus 600 Waka Kotahi actually affected our debt to revenue, which allowed us to borrow more for capital. Does that affect you guys directly, or the whole council family first, and then it affects you later?
Sorry, different question. None of the council finance team here, but sorry, when the council finance team rolled up the LTP, they had taken into account regional fuel tax potentially coming off in 2 years' time. Okay. So the only late adjustment was they've adjusted for it coming off 2 years earlier. So they effectively have washed that right through, considered it as part of the debt to revenue ratios, etc. And what's gone out, noting though that the piece we haven't done yet has gone back and said, well, out of AT's 14 billion, what does it look like when you take it out? Okay. That's the bit that's missing.
The decisions we're making today, the quantum, and I know you've tried to answer that before, the road corridor improvement projects really aren't there. It is, I know you're trying to do your best, but I can't see when some of those projects are 50, 80 million and you've got 75 just for the wash up of the CRL works. You can't honestly be, if we want to be honest to the public, those road corridor improvement projects are not really going to be funded from this.
If they were to proceed, they'd probably end up with a small RFT allocation.
And because this was a late report and I don't know when it will be the next opportunity to discuss this in the open, what do you predict happens to all the other projects? I know you've said you're going to reorder them, but the government's going to expect us to do those significant growth related projects, and then we've got heaps of there's dynamic lanes in there which I assume affect the mayor's priorities on that was funding that, and also all the city centre bus, the cross street, it's not just safety and cycleways like the minister liked to say. There's significant things in here. What happens? When are we going to understand how bad this is? Because will this paper come back again?
This is why we're saying we want you to know that we will carry out this rapid review. And Councillor, and you all know why, we can't, we're not in a position where we can talk projects, but I don't think we should be talking project specific here anyway. But we will keep people informed. We will keep you informed as to where we're landing as we resolve that, and it'll take several months. But the most important ones we will look to resolve at pace and early, so we can keep going, whether not on that list of Eastern Busway and the electric trains and stabling. So we know that the implications of removing 600 million of funding, 1.2 billion of capital, will mean that some projects will stop. And we haven't decided what those ones are yet, and it would be unfair to say that I even know what they are, and some projects will be reduced in scope because unless, and we have not made this assumption, unless there is another funding source to make it up, we just don't have the money to do it. So things will need to change.
And last question, thanks, Chair. The government obviously won't allow us to use this funding for the electric charging infrastructure. And any delay to that, I imagine, is going to have a significant effect on, those boats are going to be new, ready to go, and I'm assuming there might be a case where there's nowhere to charge them. Because we've been promising communities for a number of years that these will be our new future fit boats with better access, but if there's any delay, I'm not super keen to go for a new tender process to a new investment company or something. What does that do?
So the electric, the landside charging infrastructure is on critical path. So that's why we've called it out in our report to say that would be an example where you've got a contractual commitment that cannot be funded by the regional fuel tax, that we will need to fund from another project. And that project will either be de-scoped or it'll be stopped. But that's the position we're in, and so we're up for making those hard calls. But that would be an example where the dilemma we have plays out, which is why I want you to understand how we will manage it.
Thank you. And this is not your fault. Thank you for answering our questions.
Just, Mark, I just wanted to reiterate a point that came in those questions that you said in respect of some of those projects that may or may not happen. You did say that the RFT funding for some of them is quite variable from, I think you think 10 to 50%, and that there are other things like the developer contributions caught up in that. So some of those projects, the RFT profile might be negligible in the overall scheme of things. That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillors Henderson, Lee, Newman, Bartley and Fletcher.
Thanks. I've got a number of questions. Thanks, Chair. And thank you for presenting. You guys didn't choose to remove the RFT, so there's plenty of frustration around the room, but I hope you sort of take it with the appropriate, levels, I suppose. Anyway, questions. So I've got on one of the slides here, Project 14, if I can just pull that one up. Land purchases related to Wainui and Red Hills housing developments. Those things are under contract but won't receive funding. Can you talk me through that decision and what the implications are? It's just on slide 12.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not as close to the Red Hills one in terms of exactly what's committed there, but the Wainui one, that's the up near Silverdale, the Wainui development, the Milldale project. Okay. So council packaged together with, it's actually the one example we've used something like an IFF model where basically there's a new subdivision going in, or big extensive area. I think the homeowners, when they buy their house, they've got to pay a $1,000 targeted rate for, is it 20 or 30 years to help contribute to the cost of the subdevelopment. Council was under Matthew Walker's days, was quite keen helping pull this whole thing together through the sort of public-private partnership type model. But the critical thing was that AET, as part of it, made sure we still committed some money to building some of the connecting roads into it. Okay. So there's a contractual legal agreement that brings all the parties together, including council.
Okay, Red Hills is in my ward. I can imagine those all new residents will be pretty anxious to see this in front of them, so I'm just asking if you could maybe take that one offline and give me some advice as soon as we can that I can pass to the residents. That's one. Got a couple more, thanks, Chair. On a more fundamental level, we're talking a massive hole in our budget and public funds. Was there any consideration to having a workshop on this before getting here? Because we haven't had one. Sorry, I'm not sure where to direct the question, Chair.
Well, we can maybe slide this one over to Barry. I mean, the obvious, the obvious thing to note is here, there's been a lot happening quickly and there's a lot of balls up in the air. So as far as definitive information goes, we're kind of trying to keep people informed as we go along. That's hence the extraordinary item today, but I'll maybe let Barry speak to that a little bit.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor. No, we didn't have a workshop planned for this, and the process, and I think Dean has outlined it around the work that they're doing to try and prioritise what's top of the list of projects, rather than just looking at the funding source from the fuel tax. We could do something in the future, but I think we'd really need to hear from Auckland Transport as to what they would recommend and what their priority list is to make that worthwhile.
Yeah, I suppose thank you for that. Just on a broader level, I could rephrase the question into how are we going to be involved in the decision making? Because before, it would have been lovely to talk about this behind closed doors and really thrash it out. That might be some of the reasons why we're getting some big questions here. So what are we going to do about this in the future? That working together piece.
Yeah, look, let's talk that through with the council team. At this stage, we're saying if we live within the LTP and the budget constraints that you've set for us, then this is simply a reprioritisation exercise within that. And we need to make some decisions on balance that also honour commitment to strategic alignment and return, or BCR. If we have workshops on this, then we'll have to have a workshop on the impact of the GPS, and we haven't even talked about the GPS yet. And you've got an RLTP and LTP. So I worry that we'll workshop specifically details on regional fuel tax, and then we'll have to have another workshop on all these other things, and then we'll be back to the beginning again, because they've all actually got to come together, and they'll come together in the RLTP and the LTP. There are significant changes through the GPS. You know, we've got a 60% or 40% reduction in safety investment. So we know that we will have to reprioritise what we do and how we do it, and where responsibility lies even for DSI reduction, let alone public transport services or public transport infrastructure. So I think you've got a trusted agent called Auckland Transport taking all of these moving parts and bringing that in the best we can to manage a somewhat unique circumstance.
I get that. I'm just reflecting on that I do think I'm not alone in feeling disempowered as a decision maker of the city. And I have expectations from my public on making those decisions. And I have to answer to them on the decisions that are made. So I'm just saying, I know it's quick, I know it's a dynamic situation, but we've just got to keep that in mind.
Sorry, Council, we're not looking to disempower anybody. I'm not saying we're looking to. And we've been gifted this situation the same way that you have. Yeah. We're working through it as honourably as we can. We're bringing you transparently how we're looking to address it, and we will continue to do that.
Well, thanks. I've got a couple more. Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I've got a few. Sorry, thanks for your patience. In terms of the rapid review of the capital program, this is just another it goes back to what I was saying before. Just asking you to commit to keeping us up to date on this work and actually identify ways for us to exercise our decision-making ability on that. I know rapid is rapid, but I've got, ripped up bits of my ward that are, causing hazards, and people want answers. So I'm just, that's another thing as part of that heading. Probably not a real question. Lake road improvements and road seal extensions, are those two different things, or are they one thing? They're one thing in the bullet point.
Separate things, though. I think you'll just squeeze in there to sort of replicate how the order in council was written, but it's to squeeze it on the slide, totally different.
Okay, do we have a quantum on the expected road seal extensions?
No, again, this is sort of a bit of a... the order in council just specified these are the projects you could spend RFT on. It never specified a dollar value. Now, we can do the sort of allocations behind the scenes, but there was no specific number allocated. The nuance they probably want to draw out is, and this reflects a part of the last change of the last RLTP, so the order in council was specific about seal extensions. We then, based on feedback from councillors, changed to an unsealed road program, which is broader, because we thought in some cases you get more bang for your buck if you actually do works on improving roads that aren't sealed. But what that would, and this is where it gets into the legality, we could, if we are doing seal extensions, still spend RFT on it, but probably not the broader improvements.
Thanks. My last question. Thank you, Chair. Under E, we've got a bit of a grab bag here of this will be a combination of X, Y, Z, etc. I don't know whether we're envisaging that we're going to make the decisions on that combination, but I'll just ask you, if you're looking at things like unsealed roads and you're looking at things like Lincoln Road that's fallen off, are we going to take into account population catchment when we're looking at what combination we're going to go with?
Apparently that's my question, Councillor.
Sorry.
Look, so we've allowed a moment of levity, aren't we? Will we look at population catchment? All of these are subject to a benefit cost ratio, and that will pick up population, that'll pick up existing level of service and asset condition, it'll pick up the outcomes, and we're also looking for strategic alignment, so we with broader outcomes. So yes, it will do inherently as part of that process, but it's not just a population-based exercise. That is one of the factors of many that will need to be considered. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, gentlemen. I have 4 questions. The first relates to paused projects in light of the regional fuel tax discontinuation. Road improvements. You'll understand that AT plans to ban private vehicles from Wellesley Street west between Queen Street and Federal Street and make it a kind of a bus freeway. Is that one of the projects to be paused, not being in mid-flight?
All projects are going to be reviewed, Councillor, against BCR and strategic outcomes. So if that project doesn't stack up, then we'll have a look at it. But if it's, and I know some about that, but if a project is critical in enabling, for example, City Rail Link, and there is a relationship between that, and we've got a few examples of it, then we would look to continue to prioritise it. So, look, I just think rather than specific projects, we've said let us work with the principals at this stage. So I don't have comment on specific projects.
Okay, you're not. Could you find out? That'd be good because you obviously don't know. Can I ask another question then? It relates to it. What I'm concerned about with the scheme, which is totally non-legible in my view, it preserves the right of Sky Casino to use its car parks, and of course Auckland Council, Auckland House car parks. They're okay, but everyone else between Federal Street and Queen Street are likely to get pinged if they trespass into that area. I'm concerned about a news report in New Zealand Herald on the 17th of February that indicated that AT had levied $12 million worth of fines, I think in 16 months, for a part of Queen Street between Aotea Square and the Civic. And that scale of fining, it's 80,000 individual fines, 80,000 Aucklanders possibly, seems almost like a fine trap, and I am concerned that that will be extended up that part of Wellesley Street. I really would ask AT to reconsider the whole idea of this completely non-legible, and I can't see logical tax trap or fine trap between Aotea Square and the Civic. $12 million worth of fine seems completely exorbitant.
But this is not RFT related, Chair.
We'll just let the CEO...
I'm going to say it's not RFT related, it's a separate issue. I do know that it was reported in the media, I acknowledge that. I think we responded through the media at the time. If you require more information about the philosophy and the approach there, I'm happy to provide that, Councillor Lee. I just don't have it present with me today.
Can I ask another question?
On this item, Mike?
Well, it's related. If I may, can I?
Yes.
Thank you. Given AT Middle Management at least is very, very keen on banning cars from this part of Wellesley Street in favour of buses, it seems counterintuitive that the popular outer link service that travels along Wellesley Street, the bus stop, which was once very legible and convenient for people on the corner of Wellesley East and Queen Street, has been moved a couple of times, and now it's been moved so far up Wellesley Street that
Point of clarification, Councillor. We did have an AT update now before.
We don't have, is it a point of order you're raising as to relevance, is it? Yeah.
I'm asking a question.
Yeah.
Can I finish answering the question before I'm interrupted? Please.
Just, but just to be clear, we had that AT update, 6-monthly report. So if it's tied into the RFTs, certainly proceed. Otherwise, it's probably missed the boat as far as that in the previous item. But if it's RFT
that's not
related,
a point of order. That's not a point of order. I'm asking a question. I've every right to ask a question of these people. What are they here for then? The next question. The next question is in regard to the, what is it? Charging stations, landside charging stations for electric ferries that AT is building for Fullers. In terms of constructing these power substations on Queen's Wharf, will a resource consent be needed by AT before proceeding on this construction work?
Murray, are you across the status of consents? Consents are required. It'll be definitely building consent. Is a resource consent required? I'm not sure that it is. I think it's within the designation.
We'll follow usual processes.
Yeah.
So perhaps you could get back to Councillor Lee with the relevant information.
I'll confirm. Yeah, and the charging infrastructure is not for any one particular company. It is owned and operated by Auckland Transport and owned and operated for ferries that we then lease to whatever the ferry company of the day is that's providing the service.
Thank you. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask questions in this chamber. Thank you.
Certainly, Councillor Lee. Councillor Newman is online.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Gone 12. Dean, the projects that ended up being included within the regional fuel tax, which I mean that was consulted on firstly as part of the ATAP, as I recall, and then the government, of course, subsequently agreed that and has made decisions by Order and Council. With respect to the Eastern Busway and the electric trains, I mean that's projects 4 and 6 on the list, I think. You're confident, you're absolutely confident that if we're endorsing this, then we can at least get stages 2 and 3 for the Eastern Busway done and the stabling work. You're confident that there is sufficient supply there within the residual of the RFT to be able to meet all of those costs if it's agreed to?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And you have, just to confirm, as I understand it, that if we were to not endorse it, the government has the ability and has always had the ability to intervene, to redirect, that the funding will be allocated to meet the costs as per projects 4 and 6, correct?
The government can choose to do what the government will do. I couldn't comment on that, Councillor Newman. If you want to call the bluff and say you're not going to support with that portion of the RFT, then I guess the consequences or the outcome will be the outcome. But our clear advice from Auckland Transport, and I want to be on record for this, is that you allocate the funding to Eastern Busway, the electric trains, the stabling associated with those, and then the balance of the funding will be allocated in accordance with any change in legislation. If there is another decision by this chamber, that is a political decision.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bartley?
Oh, thank you. You know, before the government put up these changes, wasn't the majority of the RFT going to go on the Eastern Busway anyway? Like a big chunk of it was going to go on Eastern Busway, right?
Correct, it was one of the key strategic projects getting funded.
Right, so we're just continuing with what we already agreed we were going to do. Right. I just wanted to pick up on the resolution that was on the screen. I know what we're hearing from the councillors for...
We just put the resolution up,
yeah.
sorry.
And what we're hearing from the councillors is not many people are using the buses. So I just needed an explanation of why for that additional bus services on the Eastern Busway.
Sorry, so your question, can I just make sure I heard it correctly? Sorry, Councillor. Why the operating expenditure allocation and why we're ring fencing that or suggesting it?
Or just why there's additional bus services on the Eastern Busway when the councillors for that area are saying not many people are using the current bus services.
So I'd probably just think of it like CRL. So, sorry, first thing is Eastern Busway is not finished. We've only built one of the stages yet. It's not a complete product. If you think of the Northern Busway, it wasn't until the whole thing's built out that suddenly you've got that guaranteed journey time through all those stages that you'll expect to see that bigger uplift in patronage, because we've only built one out of 4 stages so far. The intent around the OPEX was you'd put on extra services when stages 2 and 3 are complete, so not now, because at the moment you probably don't need to do it. And so I'm giving you, the reason I'm mentioning CRO, it's the same thing, is it's the money that's required when CRL goes live. So you'd actually sit on it in your bank account for a couple of years until the CRL goes live and then spend it. Same with Eastern Busway.
All right, cool. Do you know the patronage or the usage of the Pemnua train station? How high it is?
Sorry, we don't, but if that's of interest, we can find that information out for you.
Yeah, it's pretty high, and it's because a lot of people are coming over in their cars from the Botany, East Auckland, Howard area and parking at Pemnua and then getting on the train. So there's potential there for people to switch. Now with the Northern Busway, was there low usage when that first started off and a lot of pushback?
That's a very good point. Once the Northern Busway investment was completed, it took off.
Went from 600,000 a year in 2008 to 8.5 million a year in 2019.
And we're seeing the same thing on the Northwestern as well. It'll exceed all our expectations in terms of patronage. So we're very clear. That is why we're recommending to you that investment continues. We're very clear on the benefit.
Thank you. I support your recommendations. I think while I respect what other councillors around the table say, I ask that people not be short-sighted about the Eastern Busway, even though, I'm not going to benefit from it myself. I don't live in that area. I live next door to it, but I can see the benefits of bringing that option to that part of the city. So, thank you.
Councillor Fletcher?
No, my question has been asked and answered to Councillor Bartley. But I do note that in a lot of the questions that we're traversing today, as a council, we're a creature of statute. And I want to acknowledge that the officers are trying to give us as much clarity and guidance as they can in the tumultuous world of politics. And I guess from my perspective, the whole of this has been a maze for many years now, and I really applaud the work that is being undertaken in terms of advocacy to central government on getting greater autonomy to Auckland to determine its own future, and secondly, just getting the integrated transport plan off the ground, because that will give us the leverage to go back to central government to try and get the legislative changes that we're going to need in order that Auckland can deliver, you know, the type of future that we want. But I do applaud our officers and Auckland Transport and the board for trying to help us navigate our way through changing times.
Okay.
Happy to move if I'm the last. The recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Final two questions from Councillor Walker and Williamson.
Just a very quick question, Mr. Chair. At the last meeting, I asked for a report back on the status of the electric ferries that are being built. Don't think we've received anything. Just wonder what Dean's comment is around that, because you did say that you'd be able to do that, Dean.
If I haven't done something I said that I would do, I apologise, and I'll have another go at it. And we'll also bring you, you asked us another question just around ferry charging infrastructure, so I'll talk to the team and we'll get something as a memo, and other councillors might also be interested in it.
And Councillor Williamson.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've just got a bit of a procedural question about the changes to these recommendations, given that nearly all of them, I think, except D, are just noting they don't really have a lot, because I'm confident that there's such a change coming with a GPS and so on that nearly everything we're discussing here today is sort of up in the air. But can you just tell me, where did those changes in red come from? Are they from you, Mr. Chairman?
The changes in red come as Chair's recommendations as a consequence of discussing this with the relevant officers to in turn try and make the statements as clear and as accurate as possible. So basically we've had a set of recommendations from a variety of parts of the council, but all saying the same thing, but this essentially just looking to say those things more clearly and more fully.
Okay, I just was, I mean, because they're noting, I'm going to let them pass. It's just that the moment you put things like, as in C, as well as operational expenditure for additional bus services on Eastern Busway and additional train services utilising new trains along the Eastern and so on, then you are immediately taking away some of the pressure to spend this money on CapEx like Glenvar and like Lake Road. But look, I'm quite comfortable with, I just want to know where they'd come from, because they were quite a surprise when I saw my notes last night. They weren't in there, and then this morning those extra changes are there. But as D's the only one that's making a decision, that's the endorsement one, I'll live with it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Williamson, and good point. And I just wanted to check, Dean, that the reference there that Councillor Williams had made to those additions was just in effect accurately reflecting what the enabling bill of the legislation allows, isn't it?
Correct. We support the changes that are there, and I acknowledge that a lot of this was moving at quite some pace to get resolutions up there that you might want to consider. So those were improvements to them. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you, gentlemen. If you'd step back now, it's been moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Darby. We have received an amendment from Councillor Ferry that we've put over to the officers just to check the validity in terms of the other recommendations and how it might impact upon them. So perhaps rather than me try and explain it, I'll maybe hand over to Barry. So we're just clear on may or may not be happening here. So I'll ask Barry to do that first.
Point of order, is that usual with amendments? I don't recall having had my amendments checked by, or noting other councillors having their amendments checked by officers for validity prior to being put up.
Well, we could just go to it, but what has happened in the past, if there's implications, and particularly financial ones, or if there's contradictions, then I think people should know that. Otherwise, they're not going to know it. I mean, I'm happy to entertain the amendment, but if there's concerns there, I think the meeting should know them, shouldn't they? And you can then decide whether you think those concerns are valid or not.
I guess in the past, I'm not aware that we've had staff critique of amendments prior to debate. That's something we resolve through debate usually.
Well, I have said to you that has indeed happened in the past, where if it is deemed necessary by the chair, there is a comment by the staff without seeking to demean or negate the amendment, and that's simply what I'm asking them to do.
Oh, I look forward to that rigour being applied consistently. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments on the amendment. First is that staff haven't had the chance to fully actually assess the implications of the recommendation here. Some of those things that need consideration. What would this, if this, and we're talking here about completion of Eastern Busway stages 2 and 3 to be fully funded by central government. Understanding what are the implications if the government says no to that. Does that actually stop the funding of a project that is currently under construction, and what are the risks associated with that? So there is some assessment and analysis that we would recommend is done around this to fully understand what the implications of it might be on a project that is currently live and under construction.
I'm sorry, sorry, Chair, can I just question that advice briefly? I think the key word we're looking for here is seek. Seek is an advocacy word, right? So do we really need to worry about all of that with respect? This is an advocacy point for us. So,
okay, so I think that's the nub of it. So, and I think that's why we need to check that. So if it's a matter of just asking the government to stump up for the completion of the busway, then that may be okay. But there are potential other repercussions here for the other points. So
perhaps the issue is around if the project continues and has funding to allow that to continue while that seek process is underway, then there's not an issue. It's understanding what the implications might be if the government said no, and being clear that that would not stop progress and the construction that's currently underway on the project.
okay, so in terms of where that leaves us, then, Barry, is that if we were to proceed with this amendment, then there would be some uncertainty as to the effect on the other parts of the project. Is that right?
I would need to be very clear that that the continuation of the construction works isn't contingent on seeking the central government funding.
Okay. So Councillor Ferry, in the spirit of cooperation here, I think I can see what you're doing. Would you countenance then an additional point that just asks the government for
I've got a wording suggestion, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, which would be and support the completion of the Eastern Busway stages 2 and 3 and seek to be fully funded by central government. So that is not, and I want to be clear about that, that is not endorsing the RFT money, but it's not endorsing it, if you see what I mean. It's remaining silent on the RFT money and saying we support the project and we want it to be fully funded by central government. That would be the purpose.
Okay, so Councillor Ferry's at liberty to put up her amendment. Has it been seconded? Oh, we're sorry, we've got.
You want the new wording?
No, we've got the motion that's been moved by councillor Fletcher, seconded by myself. Yeah. No, this is an amendment that we will vote on separately.
Sorry, can I just get some clarity? So you've given me some latitude here, which I appreciate. We've had the advice from Barry. I've made a suggestion of a slight reword to be clearer about the intent of the amendment. Are you accepting that slight reword to the amendment?
I'm taking that as a separate amendment.
So you're saying now there are two amendments?
No. Sorry, you're looking to add that on to the D? Yeah.
Yeah, so the D I've suggested is by way of replacement, so it would replace DI2 that we have at the moment, the whole of that. And what I'm suggesting, No, because that has, so this is why I rewrote D, because what it's saying is the intent.
So could you just send
New wording
through?
Yep.
We'll just take a break, if you don't mind, for a minute to
Sure.
allow that to come through and clarify matters and then go back and talk to it and vote on it. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Right, so just adjourn for 5 minutes to deal with it. meeting. Sorry about that slight delay. Just trying to make sure that A, we're clear in what we're voting on here, and B, in terms of the process under standing orders. So what will happen now is that Barry will just reinforce the clarity of the implications, and then the amendment's been moved and seconded, so then we'll just go to debate and a vote on the amendment. If it wins, then it will replace D. If it doesn't, it won't. Okay, so Barry, could you just clarify just on that important point of contingency?
Thank you, Chair, and also thank you, Councillor Ferry. The issue here, or the key point here, is that while the request for funding from central government for the project is taking place, the project continues and continues to be funded. Construction of that carries on. This request is not contingent on, or the construction that's currently underway is not contingent on this being agreed to by the government.
All right, Councillor Ferry, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, and thank you for assistance with the wordsmithing there and the time to get that right. I do want to be clear that I do actually support the completion of the Eastern Busway stages 2 and 3. I like the idea that we recreate the success of the Northern Expressway in as many parts of our city as we can. What I'm uncomfortable with is the fact that we have a situation here where central government is effectively telling us what we will and won't prioritise in our own city, when we've already gone through extensive processes with our community over many years, and now we're being told we have less funding, and that we have to spend it on a specific project that that central government prefer, which happens to align with some people's electorate boundaries, and I find that an unfortunate coincidence. This is a chance for us, and I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment. It maintains support for the project. It clarifies the issue about electric trains and stabling. But it potentially gives us a chance to say back to government, actually, Auckland Council, Auckland's residents decide our own destiny in regard to these matters. And if this is a project that is so important to you that you will cut our RFT funding for a wide range of projects that we need across the city, but maintain this and effectively drain our chances of spending what little remaining we have on projects of a priority to us. If it's that important to you, then you should pay for it. And this seeks to advocate that point to them and give them a chance to put their money where their mouth is and say, yep, it is that important, we will fully fund it. I would love my colleagues to support this because it is part of an ongoing negotiation and conversation with the government where, as has been indicated, we have the draft GPS conversation happening, we have possible city deal conversations happening, and we need to stand up for our city and for our priorities and for support from central government where we have determined our priorities, not where they have. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll speak now and I won't speak to the substantive. Just want to endorse and support this. Overall, this has been a frustrating and disappointing experience that a government can just essentially make us either remove $1.2 billion worth of projects or suddenly magically get the funding for that with assuming there'll be no implication for Aucklanders. That is incorrect. This is far-reaching. There are dramatic implications for Aucklanders. There are dramatic delays or cancellations of important projects. Hearing that we could have electric ferries turn up that we will be owning and not have the charging infrastructure is pretty silly. And we have had MPs who work and represent areas with ferries wanting these new infrastructure to happen. And we have people advocating to us all the time for many of these projects. There are housing infrastructure projects in these lists that have to happen for the growth that the last government wants and the new government wants and we want to support new housing and to make sure people aren't cut off from infrastructure. The fact is this we do support the Eastern Busway. I remember we fought hard to get government, the last Minister Wood, to support an extra 200 million to government funding to go towards the Eastern Busway as that project increased in cost, and we secured that, and that was great. This project does need to continue, but the fact is the on-flow effect of being told we can only fund this and not have the 1.2 plus all that borrowing capacity means that we have very little choice on some of the projects going forward. This has been a disappointing way. I think the Mayor has been very clear about that. If the government was genuine about city deals and working with Auckland, they would have sat down with us and worked out a way, or at least a pause on the cancellation of the RFT until there was other types of funding that could replace it at the same time. So I am disappointed that the effect of Aucklanders and the people stuck in traffic and people wanting good public transport, walking and cycling, ferries, everything else is affected by these decisions. In 2017, we had an ATAP with a $5.9 billion hole. It was $25.9 billion and we only had 20. And at the time, the Minister said, before the change of government, it will be up to councils and government to find that funding. The new government came in and gave us an option that gave us another $4.2 billion worth of projects by enabling us to have this RFT. Yes, it is going to be great for Aucklanders to have individually that reduction in cost on their petrol, but we know that the actual dramatic effect to our budgets and actually extending some of these projects, which will no doubt go up in cost and cost us more in the end, is significant. So of course I'll be supporting this and hoping the government helps us by giving us some more funding for these important projects. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I just completely endorse what Councillor Ferry and Councillor Hills have said, and I would urge my colleagues to vote this amendment through. Yeah, let's be clear, this amendment isn't opposing the Eastern Busway at all. I actually remember the applause in this room last term when the previous council worked so hard to deliver on the Eastern Busway. And I thank all of my colleagues that served in that council that worked so hard on this issue. This is the fruits of it now. So I'm a huge fan of it. We all are huge fans of it. But this is a situation where regional fuel tax money has been pulled, huge gap in the public purse without much warning at all, save for an election, I suppose, with no chance of a replacement at all. And also, furthermore, we're being told what to do with what we have left. Goodness, we're moving way too fast here. You know, finally, we haven't even had a chance as a group of councillors to have a yarn about the implications of all of this until today. That's pretty chilling. We're not here to sit around and wait for central government to tell us what to do. The communities tell us what to do. They're the ones that elected us. They're the ones that tell us their priorities, and it is our job to enact them. We're here, and the Mayor says, to fix Auckland, right? So I'm sitting here, and this has been quite a frustrating day for me, because I'm sitting here feeling pretty disempowered, feeling like maybe I should pack my lunch up and go home, right? Because a lot of the decisions are being made for us. And when local democracy is disempowered like this, communities are further removed from the decisions that affect them. We need to bring communities back to the heart of their decision making, and that is the job for this council, and that is what this amendment seeks to do. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, Chair, I can't vote for this amendment. I've seen before what happens when government takes a project out of this hypothecated regional fuel tax and commits to doing it themselves differently. And it's called Project 11 Mill Road, which was identified and agreed as a regional fuel tax deliverable. And then government put that in the what's called NZ Up and then dumped it. And I can tell you what the community thinks about that. Very, very strong resistance to Mill Road being dumped. I think that I can absolutely understand that people are unhappy about the changing landscape of politics and parliament. But I think the advice from the staff is that this is not the project to step back from. And I think that the recommendations that were put up previously by the by Councillor Fletcher, which were discussed with officers, I think were wise. Endorse the completion of stages 2 and 3 for the Eastern Busway, concurrent to the electric trains and stabling. Of course, you can write to the government saying, please pay the full amount because we have a budget hole. You can send that letter anytime you want. But I think that the reason for this amendment, I can understand the frustration of people, but you have works that are taking place to complete that project. And I think that we should simply endorse it. And if we have a concern with the government, then that needs to be addressed through our response to the draft GPS. I would hope, Chair, that we won't agree this amendment and that we can mandate Auckland Transport to complete what has already been an agreed priority, including the funding of it through the regional fuel tax, which we do have the ability to do.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I pulled my hand down. My question's been answered. Thank you.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I've thought about this amendment and I will support it. And I've got some good conditions there as well, but it is with some wry amusement that suddenly the government has fallen in love with the Eastern Busway. As Planning Committee Chair for 6 years, I sat on the working party for the Eastern Busway with Auckland Transport staff, and I never ever heard of a local representative from that part of our city being the fierce champion for that, other than Councillor Paul Young. Paul Young and the local board were consistent. But I never heard it from the MPs, and I never heard it from the councillors representing that area, other than Paul Young. And now we have a government that's fallen in love with it. That's fantastic, because it is a really important project for Auckland. And Mayor, I know you were being a bit provocative before, and good on you. And you have to be sometimes to draw out the real truth and the history. Who has actually championed this project? The champion of this project has been this council and all the councillors around this table who wear their regional hat, not just a parochial hat. And this is a really important project to get Auckland moving. The East is totally poverty-stricken when it comes to public transport. And Councillor Morris Williamson identifies that, but comes to the conclusion that people will want to drive more. People in the East do not want to drive more. They want to take public transport. They want to find that other mode to get them out of congestion on the Pakuranga Highway. I've only heard at the various working parties that I've been to is championing for the Reeves Road flyover and the widening of the Reeves Road flyover. And why do we need priority lanes for buses on Pakuranga? We need more vehicle lanes on Pakuranga Highway. That's what I've heard from the elected members there. But all that aside, I know that those communities are out of sync with their representatives, or the MPs are out of sync with the communities. It's more the latter, isn't it? And we should push ahead strongly. This is a priority regional project. And I don't have any sort of counter view to the priority that the government are giving to this in the legislation that's now been given assent and allocation of 210. But I will support the seeking of their full funding of stages 2 and 3. As I've sought of the previous government, and you recall that I've always said that the rapid transit network, which mirrors the state highway network in moving people, should be funded out of central government at 100%. What it also does is it gives some hint of possibility for, and I'll put my parochial hat on here, projects like Glenvar Road and Lake Road. For the third time, I thought I had Glenvar, and working with Councillor Hills, we thought we had it back in the budget. It's pretty much evaporated again. And to hear in the House people waxing on lyrically about Glenvar and Lake being back in the mix, it is just political, empty packaging. There is so little possibility now, in the absence of an regional fuel tax, that Glenvar and Smales Allen upgrades and the Lake Road upgrade and the Rural Road resealing will see a shekel come their way. So remote, because we have to focus on those committed projects and the very high-level strategic projects like the Eastern Busway. We have to complete those projects. And Mayor, I know you will too, and I know all the councillors who have been part of shepherding the Eastern Busway to where it is today. As an Auckland Council, Auckland Transport project, we'll see it through. But I think we need to knock on the door at government and say, these are the consequences of your decision on the regional fuel tax. More people will die and be seriously injured. Fewer people will be taking public transport. There will be endless congestion, and the list goes on. The implications of the removal of the regional fuel tax are just a grind to get to work for that many more years. That's what the consequences of removing that regional fuel tax are.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Darby. Councillor Fletcher.
Well, this is certainly an interesting discussion, and I want to applaud you as the chair for accepting this amendment, even though it was suggested that somehow some precedent was being established in seeking officer understanding of what the implications might be. Because I remember spending many a time in this committee or its predecessors in trying to bring advocacy for seeking funding from central government for the OPEX around the CRL. I mean, I could go through a whole list of things, and I've had them all ruled out of order. So I was really inspired by your graciousness in accepting this amendment today, having myself been ruled out of order on many occasions. I think it's unfortunate that we know that there's politics happening in Wellington, but unfortunately it's flowing over into this chamber at a time that I think we need to be all working together. I'm sorry that Councillor Lee's not just here at the moment, because we were those champions on the original board of Auckland Transport to try and see the land acquisitions, the notice of requirement, and all of the work. The fact is, the Eastern Busway is a fantastic project. We all support it. I just don't want to see it being politicised in the way it is, because some are frustrated over the regional fuel tax. So thank you, Chair, for enabling this debate to take place. And while we're seeking more funds from central government, maybe we'll add a whole lot of others to the list. But I don't want to see the project being jeopardised because it's too precious. And so I moved the original motions because I felt that was the best way to succeed, and I want to stick to the original motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. If there's no one else speak. Oh, Councillor Bartley, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the same, I'm just like, the Eastern Busway is needed. I don't want to see it jeopardised because we're trying to send a political message to the government who cut the regional fuel tax. I'm looking at what Dean said to us, and he was very clear to go with D, that we, prioritise, we endorse Eastern Busway and the electric trains. So I don't know where I'm at on this, because I can also respect the position that the councillors are trying to take here with sending this message to the government, that it isn't about risking the Eastern Busway, it's about the other projects that we can't get done because they cut the RFT. So I'm really not sure where I'm at on this. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Chair, and again, my humble apologies for not putting on the camera, but yeah, no, I'll just leave it at that. Everybody knows what I look like. Chair, firstly, yes, thank you for accepting the amendment, and also to Councillor Ferry for putting it up. Chair, as you would know, as one of the longest, along with Sharon Stewart, Councillor Stewart, around this, we've been sort of pushing Amity Eastern Busway for years in the Manukau days. So I just wanted to sort of, I'm not going to repeat what everybody has said, but I think from my perspective, this is the right way to go with this amendment, and I will be supporting it. But thank you, Chair, for allowing that to go through. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Mayor Brown?
Just quick, as the person who will have to do the asking, I'm very unsure where I sit on this one here, so I'll probably just not vote on this amendment and go with whatever you guys decide that I've got to do.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Brown. I'll just make a couple of brief comments myself in conclusion then. I guess while I certainly appreciate the sentiment of the amendment here, and particularly as it goes to asking the government to be a little bit more generous in its funding of this major project that, as a number of councillors have quite rightly pointed out, have been on the go for many, many years and have, has slowly but steadily wound its way through various stages of construction. I think that's what is going to be required here to the regional fuel tax as a whole, is a far more cohesive response than just perhaps zeroing in on this one project. If what Councillor Darby is saying is correct, then that same will have to apply for other projects that are on that RFT list. He referred to Lake Road and Glenvar Road, and I certainly know that as far as Glenvar Road goes, there was quite a significant input of the local MP into advocating for that road, along with the local board, people like Julia Parfitt and indeed the two Albany Ward councillors. So it has quite a backdrop, and I suppose with some of the other corridor road projects there, if we're going to go back to the government, then let's do so when AT have done their work and where we see where some of these other projects sit, rather than just picking one, albeit a very important one. I guess the other point I would make in more general political terms is that the government did make the repealing of the regional fuel tax one of the centrepieces of their election campaign. So I don't think anyone can throw their hands up in surprise at this very late stage in proceedings, given what they signalled in the election and given their rather overwhelming performance in Auckland as a whole. And there's a lot happening at the moment, and I guess, I'm pretty aware of how these processes have played out in previous years with other governments, where, we have just had to accept the reality of what a change of administration means and what projects go or policies go along with that. I certainly know in the last term of council, I had a project to my own ward where, despite very strong advice from the Ministry of Transport officials, the government of the day undertook to introduce polling when the whole proposal they'd advanced failed on 3 of the 4 statutory tests, and when the Ministry of Transport said that this particular tolling proposal would reduce safety and increase vehicle operation costs. So they were completely black and white. Now, that certainly didn't please my community or myself, but that was the government. They made the decision. So there is an element of that in there. But I think more than anything, as far as this particular amendment goes, we have had the the recommendations put up that were a consequence of a degree of collaboration between Auckland Transport and our offices to find the right wording to address this specific report. And as I said, while I quite understand and agree with the sentiment, I think that can be more fully and more appropriately addressed when the information comes back from Auckland Transport to the implications for a number of the other projects on the list as well. Thank you. So Councillor Dalton has called for a division on this. So the amendment is up there before you. So I'll leave it to Sonia and Lata to conduct the vote then.
Councillor Bartley. Okay, I'll support it. Member Brown? Yes. Yeah. Mayor Brown? Abstain. Councillor Dalton?
For.
Councillor Darby?
4.
Councillor Ferry?
4.
Councillor Filipina?
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher?
No.
Councillor Foley?
4.
Councillor Henderson?
Support.
Councillor Hills?
In favour, thank you.
Councillor Leone? Councillor Newman?
No.
4.
That was for Councillor Leone? Councillor Newman?
No.
No.
Yes. 4.
So that's yes for Councillor Leone and no for Councillor Newman. Member Renata? Aye. Councillor Sayers?
Abstained.
Councillor Stewart?
No.
Councillor Turner?
Against.
Councillor Walker? Councillor Walker? Councillor Walker?
Abstain.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
And Chair?
No. So the amendment is passed
11 to 16.
by
11 to 16.
by 11 to 6 with 3 abstentions. So that replaces D then in the original recommendations. So we go to the back to the substantive now. It's been moved and seconded. I think we've had a good debate of this one. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And on that note, we'll break for lunch now and come back at 1:20. Thanks.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back everyone. We'll make a start on the afternoon session. The first preparatory work for the Auckland Integrated Transport Plan, but just a little bit of a heads up that due to a number of staff demands, we'll bring item 17 forward after this item. Meetings people have to go. Robert and Joe, basically to endorse the scope of work to help council plan. That's a medium to long term with regards our transport. You guys.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and kia ora koutou. So I have just a very small number of slides, and I'll get through them as quickly as possible. You have the item before you, and we'll take most of it as read, but we'll just cover off some key points just for clarity's sake. So you might recall in February last year, this committee approved the scope for some work on the integrated transport plan with government. It also approved the formation of a political reference group to provide direction for that work. And that was a catalyst for a significant amount of work that happened in the first half of last year with ourselves and all the various transport agencies on reaching an integrated transport plan for Auckland. That work stalled in the second half of the year for a variety of reasons, not least of which, of course, was the election. But the new minister has indicated an interest in wanting to reinvigorate the work at some point in the near future. So we have a window now, we have an opportunity now for Auckland Council to develop its view of the city's transport future and key matters related to transport ahead of those discussions with central government. And so we're proposing, at the request of the Mayor, the Chair of this committee and the Deputy Chair, that we undertake some rapid-fire preparatory work to help us be in a better position for discussions with central government as part of the integrated transport plan proper work starting at some point later this year. So today we're here to ask your endorsement for the scope of that work. And the scope set out in paragraphs 17 and 18 of your agenda item, just to quickly recap on some of the key items in it. So what we'll be doing is setting out recommendations for the key major transport projects required over the next 30 years. And that'll be in map format as well as some commentary adjoining that as well. Some of the key challenges facing the Auckland's transport system. Analysis of these projects against things like the future development strategy and other council transport priorities, including emissions reduction, mode shift, safety and so on. And a variety of maps. You can see some of them listed there. Auckland Transport has already done some good work on drafting early versions of these maps, so the work will update those and we'll share them with you, of course, and seek your feedback and direction on them. You can see some of the maps that we'll prepare there. As well as hard infrastructure, we're also looking at non-infrastructural interventions that might be required as well. Of course, time of use charging, top of that list. There'll be other regulatory changes as well. Interestingly, I think the scope also includes looking at the transport planning, governance, funding system as a whole. We all know there's issues with it that make it harder for the outcomes that council seeks to be achieved. So we'll be looking to identify those issues. A lot of work has been done on this already, particularly through the work done for the local bill that you saw that you approved in August last year. Some of the points to note about this, of course, the timeframes are really tight. Normally this is the kind of thing we would do in over a period of months. We're endeavouring to do it in the next 1 to 2 months. But we have one thing in our favour there, of course. This will be Auckland Transport and Auckland Council working together with yourselves on it, as opposed to with a whole variety of other agencies as well. As a result of these timeframes, we really will be drawing from existing work, existing business cases, the RTN plan, the Auckland plan, and so on and so forth, of course, as well as the work that was done last year on the AITP itself. We won't be commissioning any new work. We're going to have to carefully balance the aspirational with what is potentially fundable over this period of time, this 30-year period of time. We haven't quite figured out exactly how we'll do that, but that is the intention. And the focus will be, as Councillor Watson just mentioned, very much on the strategic medium to long-term issues. As I said, AT and ourselves will collaborate very closely on this. Really key point to note, it is different from the RLTP. This is not the same process. The RLTP, of course, is a 10-year investment program. We're looking beyond that and looking at a more strategic level. Next steps, okay, as I mentioned, February last year, this committee approved the formation of a political reference group to provide direction on the AITP. Our recommendation is that we continue to use that group to provide the direction. You can see the members that were approved, the members of that group as approved by this committee. And we will come back to this group, this committee, I should say, both in April and in May, progress update in April, and a final or near final draft in May. The AITP itself, that's the work with central government on the integrated transport plan, the timing for that is yet to be determined, and the Minister and the Mayor will no doubt be having discussions about that. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Robert, for the very concise analysis of where we're up to there. So I'll open up for any questions people have got now. Okay, there are none. I think Councillor Fletcher would like to move this recommendation. Any discussion, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, yeah. You're too late. Well, Councillor Darby is going to defer to you, Mr. Mayor. He must be in a... Okay. Shoved down the government's throat. Okay, we got that one. Quote unquote. Okay. Moved and seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Robert. And if you wouldn't mind just staying there, because we've brought the extraordinary forward. So that is 17 in your agenda, folks, if you can see that. And again, we're just really looking for a brief update. People will be well aware of the GPS that came out this week, and we're just really trying to keep the committee abreast of what the process is in responding to that, because it has to happen in amongst everything else. So perhaps, Robert, you can spell that out to us.
Barry's got a few words to say at the start, I think.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Thank you, Robert. Very quickly, just in terms of process, this is a verbal update of where we're at, focusing on the process. We have scheduled for the 20th of March a workshop, and that's a time where we'll have some real discussion around this. The submissions close on the 2nd of April, I believe it is, and the next Transport and Infrastructure Committee is on the 4th. So the process, and Robert might speak to this on the way through, is we'll have the workshop on the 20th. There will be an outcome of that, a draft submission, which will go in on the 2nd, and then at the next committee meeting, there'll be a formalisation of that, and that will go in on the 4th, which we understand the government can live with.
Yes. Barry pretty much stole my thunder there. As I say, we really just want to cover off the process here. GPS came out on Monday. We, as is standard practice with submissions, we will be going out to mana whenua, inviting their input into council submission. That invitation will go out tomorrow. On Monday, we'll be sending you a memo with a summary of key points from the GPS that will go to all elected members, including local boards, IMSB, and mana whenua. The TIC workshop says to be confirmed there. It has been confirmed. It will be taking place on the 20th. You'll see there feedback from mana whenua due. Obviously, that's very tight, but we're bound by the timeframes given to us by the government here. So it's unfortunate, but necessary. Following the workshop, we will be getting the draft submission out to you. Again, as a standard practice, it goes to all councillors, all IMSB, and local boards. And again, timeframe's really tight. We'll need your feedback by the following Tuesday at midday in order to update the draft submission. And as a standard practice, again, we will be attaching any views we receive from local boards to the submission. And that will take place on the 27th of March. Very helpfully, the government has scheduled this submission process around the Easter break. So we then have 4 days, a 4-day weekend before the 2nd of April, which, as Councillor Watson said is when it's due at midday. We have cleared this informally, at least with MOT, that we, of course, the agenda for the 4th of April tick will have been published by that time, or at that time, and that will include the Auckland Council's submission, and so MOT will consider that to be our draft submission, subject to confirmation by this committee on the 4th of April. The Council is leading the development of the submission, obviously, but we'll have very heavy input from Auckland Transport. We'll be collaborating with them very closely, particularly the finance and strategy areas on the submission. I think that's pretty much everything that I wanted to cover, so I'll hand it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Robert. And as members will see, an incredibly tight timetable and timeline there, and we'll just try and keep people as well informed as we can. Any questions for Robert? Councillor Ferry?
Thanks. I just wanted to check, if we did do the retrospective for the 4th of April, what happens if what we pass on the 4th of April is actually different?
That's a really good question, and I don't actually have the full answer for you there yet. We are hoping to get really full feedback from elected members on the draft when we send it out the previous week, and we'll be endeavouring to incorporate all of that feedback into the submission. But in terms of if something changes between the 2nd and the 4th, we're going to have to come back to you on that, and also work it through with MOT. Some of you are no doubt wondering about an extension. We have asked, and informally, and been told no, and MOT and other forums have also publicly said no, there's no extensions on this, and that's partly because MOT officials themselves only have a matter of days to bring it all together.
Just a follow. Oh, Megan might.
Okay.
Through the chair. Look, it's entire. I guess what we're trying to do, understanding that MOT staff have got a very short time frame, so have we, and I don't think it's fair on us to try and have even less time to do this work for you by having to schedule special meetings or all of that kind of stuff. So that's what we've worked out with MOT. It gives them, I guess, a sense of what we're going to say. Clearly, there may well be changes. It's entirely fine, because when they get it, they will need to, and we can highlight the changes for them, and they'll understand that and consider that when they're going back to the minister. So I think it's a good compromise position for both parties.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the 2nd of April being what in the education sector is called Education Tuesday, because it's still a public holiday for that sector. We also have the stadium venues working group, so the idea of holding a meeting that day is pretty difficult. But also, just to clarify, will we be seeking to give an oral submission as well, because that would be an opportunity to tidy things up too? Is that something we're seeking?
Well, at the direction of this committee, we'll certainly do so.
I would encourage that.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, OMSB member Honey.
Thanks for the actual outline for your timeline to put submission. And yeah, just clarity. What does invitation mean to mana whenua? I mean, in terms of the short space, and we're going into the long week, into a weekend.
Yeah.
To get feedback back by the 11th.
Yeah. So as with the submission on the GPS before the last election, we'll be doing the same thing again this time, which is essentially a letter to all the various iwi, inviting, telling them about the GPS, inviting their views, And the reason why we've put that date in there of the 20th of March is because, we'll be finalising the submission in the days after, having taken on board feedback from the workshop. And likewise, if mana whenua views are to be to help shape the submission, we need them by then.
So the invites are all going out to the listing of iwi that the council has, yes?
Iwi entities, yes.
Ka pai.
Thank you, Member Renata. Any other questions? Councillor Fletcher, then Hills.
Kia ora, Chair, and I guess it is difficult with the time frame because we won't really be able to debate maybe our thoughts and feelings going into that. So I guess how do you see us getting clear steer? Because this GPS is dramatically different to the last, but it's also dramatically different to our plans and policies and strategies that we've approved as a council. So what is the process to take that sort of feedback on board?
Well, so we're pinning a lot on the workshop on the 20th of March, where I'm sure there'll be a fulsome debate between councillors and committee members on the direction of the submission. Of course, you'll also have the opportunity, once you see the draft as well, if collectively the committee doesn't feel that that's enough and you want some other form of engagement along the way, then yeah, we can do our best to try and fit something in, but that's, you can see the timeframes.
And through Chair, so will the basis of some of what normally happens through planning, environment and parks when this happens out of sync with the committees is that staff will work on our current plans and strategies and policies approved, the Auckland Plan, Te Tarakia Tawhiti, those sorts of things as a start point? Is that what you're looking at doing? Take our currently agreed processes?
Yes, so we won't be, going off in a direction of our own. We'll be following existing council policy and direction.
Kia ora, thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Ferry raises a very good point, and I'm really just wanting to look at realistically the amount of time that's going to be required for this. I note on the 20th of March we already have some workshops, the downtown car park, we have the civic administration building, we have a number of quite meaty issues. How can I have the assurance that we will be able to have sufficient time to do justice to these issues? And secondly, for the 2nd of April, in light of Councillor Ferry's points, I'm wondering whether that could be an extraordinary transport and infrastructure meeting but held online. Would that ease perhaps some of the tensions for those who have other commitments?
I guess that's something we can explore. We'll get the director, Barry Potter, to look at that. We certainly will be out, given the timeline here, we'll be out to accommodate people whatever way we can.
And you'll ensure that the 20th of March, that the workshop will be prioritised in order that sufficient time can be made available? Yeah. Thank you, Barry.
Thanks, Barry. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. There's a few key areas that I'm sure you'll be focusing on, Robert, and there's a significant reduction in the capex for public transport across the nation, and I'm sure you'll be focusing on that. Plus, this road safety programs, they're eroded significantly. There's too many areas that are eroded significantly. I'll let you pick those up. One of the areas I'd like to remind the government of is their coalition agreements with the other two governing parties, New Zealand First and ACT. They seem to have lost sight of this particular agreement, but Section F refers in the coalition agreement evidence-based decisions, and it goes on to say decisions will be based on data and evidence with programs regularly assessed to see if they are delivering results. I actually think in light of the East-West Link project, which we know has got pretty hard to find any evidence to support East-West Link. We know that from looking at it previously. And it's got a paltry BCR. I think it struggles to get into the positive. And in light of, say, the Auckland Light Rail project, the updated business case there comes in at 2.4, whether it's at full surface or whether it's part surface and part underground. I think they're both at 2.4. I would like us to at least have a look at what it means for the government to actually contract with the other two parties that they're governing with, demanding evidence-based decision-making and reminding them that we support that and we would like to see that show up in their subsequent decisions.
Look, we can't really comment on content-related matters today as regards either GPS or our submission on it, but hopefully there'll be, I'm confident there's opportunities within that tight time frame for you to make that point to your colleagues and convince them or otherwise that that's something that we should be covering off in the submission.
Yeah, and look, it actually does contribute to the submission because it's pretty fundamental. I've got a foundation agreement with two parties that talk about that. All I want to endorse that and see it show up through the GPS and the delivery programs. And on that note, I mean, the GPS does go as far as mentioning specifically, roads of national significance, I think they're still called, and the East-West Link. Can we check in with Eke Panuku on what the implications are of the East-West Link on the Onehunga Wharf project? Because my understanding is it creates a massive severance between the town centre and the wharf. So I think we need to understand some of those projects and provide feedback.
We can check in with Eke Panuku, yes.
All right. Any other questions? There's none, so I'm happy to move this. Seconded by Councillor Fletcher. Does anyone want to talk to it? Okay, thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Okay, carried. Thank you, Robert and Joe. Move on to the next item now. We've got a couple of... I think we've got a couple of big updates from our guests today. The first is from Kiwi Rail, and then we have City Rail Link following that. So I'd invite Andre, Bobby, Bevan and John to the front table. Welcome, folks. I believe there's a presentation to come on the screen. And I'll hand over to you guys to introduce yourselves and to proceed with the presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Kia ora tātou. Nau mai, haere mai. Mā loli lei. Kia ora ana. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Andre, the Chief Executive Officer for Below Rail, is unfortunately delayed in Christchurch, so you'll have to put up with me as GM Metros. And beside me, I've got, this afternoon, I'll just operate the slide deck correctly. Let's just get this right. Here we go. Probably that one. There we go. Cool. I've got Bobby Fisher, who's our Capital Program Manager and Director on my right, and then on her right we've got the Program Director for City Rail Link, which is Mr. Bevan Assink. So we'll be presenting, so you'll get a trifecta. So what we'll try to cover today for the Chair and for Council is an overview of where we are with our capital program of investment into the metros. We'll then go through our maintenance and renewals program update and how our current infrastructure is working towards CRL Day 1. We'll give you an overview of the Integrated Rail Management Centre, which opens on the 14th of March, and I hope, Mr. Mayor, you'll be coming to the opening. If you haven't received an invite, then the one should be on the way to you shortly. Our key objectives obviously today is to follow up on the Mayor's 9-point plan, which he gave to the Chief Executives of both Kiwi Rail, AOR and AT. Follow through on those, give them an update of where we are with that collaborative work as an alliance, and then we'll look at covering off some key objectives as listed. So firstly, I'll hand over to Bobby and she'll take you through the capital program.
Thanks, John. Kia ora tātou. So I'll just provide a brief overview of this because I believe it has been presented before. But we have a series of major capital works programs that are all complementary to effectively running the CRL on opening. So what we've listed there is each of the projects individually and just outlined at a high level the benefits that they do provide and contribute to what CRL is trying to achieve. The key thing with the slide is our state of readiness for CRL opening. So just running through the list without going into too much detail, Werribee Key Park, which is the introduction of a new third main, is on track for completion. Target completion is January 25 or Q1 25. The second one there, Papakura to Pokekoi electrification, which is electrifying the network there that was previously only diesel services. That is on track for completion mid this year. The next two lines there are the Drury Rail Stations project. So we have 3 new rail stations that are being constructed, 2 of which will be ready in time for CRL opening. So that is an update, that is an improvement from what was previously reported in March. So we were going through a consenting process and reviewing design, value engineering, etc., which had meant that there was some uncertainty on our ability to meet that timeframe, but that has now largely concluded, and we are on track for completing Drury and Pairata stations in time for CRL opening. The third station, Ngakaroa Station, which is previously referred to as Drury West Station, will be completed shortly after, so target completion for that is mid to late 2026. The next one there, the Western Power Feed project, which is introduction of a new substation to support power supply for CRL. That will be complete. It's expected to be complete Q1 next year. And the last two, the RMC, it will be complete shortly. Bevan, I think, will talk to that in some later slides. And the rail network rebuild is the item that will have partial completion. So what we've done is a review of the highest priority requirements for that program, and what we've done is focused on the core areas of the Auckland rail network. So we're looking at completing the inner core by completion of by CRL day 1. There are funding constraints that hamper our ability to deliver that full program of works, which John will talk to in later slides, but essentially that is a key area where our ability to be fully ready for the desired target reliability of CRL day 1 timetable is only going to be partially met. Thanks, John. The next couple of slides I won't talk to. Again, they have been presented previously, but it's just there for a brief recap. So this shows the overall target program of investment across the various disciplines and areas over the next 30 years. So KiwiRail, together with Auckland Transport, has put together a program business case mapping out our planned or target investment strategy for the next 30 years to grow and develop rail. These are just some highlights of where that targeted investment, what that investment will deliver. And the next slide, there's similarly just showing it on a map in terms of what the investment will deliver by area, by location. Again, this was talked to in detail at the March session, so I won't go through it unless there's any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Chair? For
yeah, well, if there's any questions at this early stage, we might take them. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I've got a question on this. When you look up north there, onto that page that you're on there now, you're doing up the trip to Oturia, and I can see all sorts of sleepers sitting on the ground amongst all the agapanthus that are growing through the lines. It strikes me it would be a far better investment to go from Whangarei out to the port. And I noticed in the government saying they want to improve the road to the port, but the road to the port's bloody good if anyone's ever driven on it. In fact, it's the best road in Northland. And so we're upgrading a perfectly good road, and we're not putting a rail where we need a rail, and we're upgrading a rail which is covered in agapanthus and hasn't had a train over it in living memory. So is there something wrong with the thinking there? Well, there is something wrong with the thinking. What is it that's produced such weird thinking?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that's a $1 million question for. It would be good to use your alliance methodology with our chief executive and perhaps punt that up to government with respect to how we should link that Northland area to Auckland and relieve the problem we have with the port and the pressures we have. I think that's a strategic question above my pay grade, but I'm aligned with your thinking because it does make sense. We have a network there that is it is old. It will need renewal and will need funding, and we know that. We're upgrading it to take 18-tonne axle loadings to increase the freight loading, and we have a plan to have that reopened post the slip works in July of this year, so we can resume that. But it makes sense long term to have a strategy around capital program investment and ongoing maintenance to look at that as another corridor. I would agree with you in that thinking.
Well, then you should get your chief executive to write a letter to the Minister of Transport saying that he's spoken to me and he agrees entirely with my thinking and that you would like it to be brought into common sense. Okay, thank you very much for that.
Or you could write the letter too, Mr. Mayor, maybe. Shortcut things, you could write it.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be raising this as part of a broad range of issues which we are facing.
Okay, Andre, you have the second part of your presentation now.
Yes, John, but that's all good, Mr. Chair.
Oh, John.
That's all good. He's far better looking than
sorry.
I. He's far better looking than I anyway. So, right, I'll go to the meat and potatoes of today's presentation, which is the issues here we face with the network, which is my mandate. The key takeaways from Mayor's 9-point plan strategically around the One Alliance approach to working to solve the disruption problems and to drive a better efficiency and reliability for our customer, and that was very clear. The second part I'll cover is disruption management. What proactive plan are we implementing now to do things differently to relieve the pressure? What is the funding mechanism that we need? And we're working collaboratively with our partners in some very deep workshops. We've just finished with AT, AOR and Waka Kotahi in the room. That was conducted in Ellerslie last week, which has landed some really good results. And lastly, what is the risk profile to CRL Day 1? So just a quick sense check on where we are in terms of a roadmap. You will all know that we have our capital plan that Bobby's covered off to take us through to drive resilience and capacity for our network. That is in the form of the rail network rebuild. That funding is to address the long-standing formation issues that we have in our network, which is like the foundation of a house or an apartment block. If that's not fit for purpose, then the rail geometry won't be fit. And you have a network when you're running both commuter and freight trains over it that could be flawed or fractured. The immediacy of that project is to address, as Bobby said, the immediate issues. It will not, based on the funding limits, solve the complete network. It will solve a percentage of the network, circa 30 to 32%. The remainder of it will need to be replaced over time. And we've just finished our evidence-based asset management plan, which was a driver out of the Deloitte's report and the high-level review conducted and driven by AT in 2020 and 2021, which said that Kiwi Rail needed a far more evidence-based asset management plan. We have now landed that asset management plan, and we've shared that in detail with AT, AOR and Waka Kotahi last week to address the funding profile and mechanism we need for through-life operational OPEX funding to fund the network and leverage the $7.5 billion of capital investment that the government's made into Auckland with the CRL tunnel and the plan for the last 4 to 5 years. The way in which we'll enable CRL Day 1 to be delivered is that we will actually introduce new ways of working as part of that funding mechanism. And we will be using automatic train inspection systems. These systems x-ray the rail. They view the rail in a train type vehicle. It allows us more reliability and an understanding of the rail health and condition. And we'll use that technology to then analyse the way in which we need to work more efficiently and smarter as we run more trains. What we are modifying now is the way in which we work by using both machine maintenance. You know, you see a lot of people, rail workers on the network, using mandrolic or a lot of labour, for want of a better term. We're transitioning that methodology into an international best practice and bringing in, through that funding mechanism and through the upgrade of our asset, a totally different way of working. The graph on the left shows you, on average, where the TSRs, or the train speed restrictions that we've had to place on the network, where they've been in 2021 on average. It was around above 10 to 12 kilometres a year. Of a 200 kilometre network, there's 12 kilometres of it would have speed restrictions. We then, in 2022, we lowered that down to around 7.8 kilometres. In 2023, it was around 6. At the moment, you'll see a slight escalation as at 24. Those are as at June, February dates. The reason that is a slight spike is we came off the back of the most significant piece of Christmas work we'd ever done in the history of New Zealand Rail in Auckland, and the magnitude of that work was significant. And some of the fallout our customers saw as a result of that with the Britomart incident in February, where we actually changed the configuration of the Britomart station, and Bevan and I may touch on that later in the presentation, which caused significant amount of disruption. And even through our predictive analysis with risk at the time, 4 years earlier when we were planning this work, we assessed that disruption to be in around 1% threshold. That eventuated in being more than 1%, and that was the key result of the disruption. Reports and investigations have been completed, and we have a recovery plan that we've developed with both AOR and AT to minimise that going forward. This is a prediction of what the next 10 years look like for the people of Auckland, our customers, our patrons of the railway who want a modern metro. This shows you how contingent to rail health funding is. On the left-hand graph, you see a 10-year asset management evidence-based funding model. You'll see how low the disruption is. We can live within those disruption tolerances and deliver the CRL day one timetable, and the people of Auckland can get what they want. We need the funding. The middle graph shows you that if we only get a percentage of the funding, say 50% of the backlog that's left in maintenance to get us to steady state to run a railway at the right level of maintenance, we will still have disruptions, and we will have timetables that need cancellations or modifications to working. If we don't get any funding from the Crown to supplement the maintenance of the railway, the right-hand graph shows you how extreme the impact will be. We're talking 25, 26 kilometres of a 200-kilometre network being impacted by levels of disruption intermittently at different parts of the network. So you can see how pivotal the CapEx funding that's been provided by the Crown needs to be supported by the operational funding to maintain it. So what are we doing differently to make sure we minimise that risk and consequence to our customers and to work collaboratively with our partners? As I said on the 1st of March, we completed 3 whole days with AT, AOR and Waka Kotahi. We landed a very comprehensive evidence-based plan to take to the Crown to support through-life funding for the next 10 to 22 years. It's evidence-based and it speaks for itself. There was common alignment around what we need to operate a mixed mode network, remembering we're supporting supply chain and we're also supporting a metro service. There was agreement around the 10-year asset management plan and matched funding. There was agreement that the methodologies we were going to adopt, which would be moving to preventative rather than reactive maintenance, using machine-enabled technology which is already underway and will be implemented before day one, is the way forward. What it did identify is that if we are to be true as partners and as an alliance to run the CRL day one timetable, we need to understand there is risk and consequences to the current state of day one. And concessions will need to be made by the rail partners, both our freight regional trains, our long distance trains and our commuter trains to run this timetable. That piece of work is extremely sensitive, and it is detailed, and it is ongoing, and it is at senior executive level, and it is urgent. I'll pause there, and before I hand to Bevan to give you an update on the improvements we are making with the Integrated Rail Management Centre, and take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, John. Any questions? Councillor Hills?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I did bring up my concerns about a month ago at the last meeting to the Chair and the Mayor at the time because of the, I think it was almost 20 days in a row that we had significant disruptions after the opening, and I think everyone was quite excited to see the tracks open again, and then it was a rolling mall. So that seems, and that was the week before the heat issue kind of brought it all to a public head anyway. Is there anything, obviously money's a huge issue, and I see that from reports today there may not be funding to do any of this work from Newlyn onwards, which is quite concerning, that potentially have run out of money to continue the work. But so I guess one question is, what happens if you don't get the money from government? And second is, are there things you can do like what you presented there, but to section off parts of the network so that when there's a signal failure, or as we saw with the heat, 4 or 5 Ks of close down, so that it doesn't affect the whole network, because it does seem to cascade. And I know as a city we've not got many networks, we're unlucky, but are there other things you can be doing to address those signal failures?
I appreciate the question, and I understand. Could I break that up to some component parts so I can give the answer to you correctly? What I might do is deal with the Britomart disruption first, and what we've done to make sure we're mitigating that risk and to give customers confidence. I'm going to hand to Bevan to give you a background of what we've done to improve and mitigate that risk first, and then I'll transition to the next one. Bevan.
Thank you, John. So in terms of Britomart, what we did over Christmas is we implemented the CRL final track arrangement with its signalling and its overhead arrangement. So you've got to realise that Britomart fundamentally changes from being a turn-back terminus station to a through station, and it was when it was first built, the signalling system was fully optimised for operating it in that arrangement. But to allow us to move to CRL and to do the testing commissioning that is due to happen later this year, we had to put in a new track arrangement with signalling and all that. So unfortunately, what that does mean though is it means you optimise it for the through station movements, which will be great for CRL, but not necessarily as it's currently arranged for turn back and everything. So that's where the impact of that, combined with other issues on the network around those times, unfortunately tipped the timetable over the edge. So when you build your timetable, you obviously make some deliberate decisions around what buffers you need in there to manage issues and everything. And unfortunately, you can only build in so much, and if it goes too far over the edge, and unfortunately Britomart, the operational network, and then combined with, unfortunately, a points failure down there, just tipped us over the edge, and that unfortunately just carried on through for a number of days and everything, and caused obviously the disruption that we saw. So in terms of fixing it, we've already implemented a number of operational changes along with our train control and AOR, and we've also going to implement a couple more as well that we're working through with Siemens, which is our signalling partner, to ease that. Unfortunately, we can't fix it all because it's fundamentally changed, and we can't back the truck up on it either because we have now cast the die for CRL. Yeah.
To the second part of your question, councillor, is with respect to the heats and the TSRs. So when you've got a network that's under construction, and that's what we really have. We're running trains on a network that's being rebuilt, and we're also bringing an aged asset up to a steady state condition. We all understand that. Funding is part of it, and it is not an excuse that we should be having. We're not hiding behind the excuse of funding. The issue is it's quite challenging at times to manage the speed restrictions, because they have to come on after we invasively maintain or repair the network. And that's just a compliance and a safety issue. What we are doing to actually change this is we're changing our way of working. So we're going to exactly what you talked about. We're going to what we call a more cyclic way of working, where we don't shut the network. We actually only shut sections of the network. And by CRL day one, we're going to be in a position where disruption is minimised based on the upgrade resilience projects Bobby talked about. We have the signalling system is well bedded in with Britomart, and we're going to be able to segment the network into 36 parts. Those 36 parts where we can segment the network have train pathways where we can segregate freight and we can segregate passenger services. What we will be able to do is rotate our maintenance in the evening, and the things like we've had in the past where the people of Auckland have been penalised with line shuts. Yeah. Going forward, we won't be shutting the network. We'll be looking at sections of the network with a 3-year headroom where we will say at 156 weeks, AT, AOR and KiwiRail as a collective in the Integrated Rail Management Centre will put out a joint comm statement and will say in 2028 we are going into Pukekohe, Papakura for this period, for this section for 2 weeks, and there will be bus replacements needed, but it'll be 3 years out. It will not be reactive. There is going to be a little bit more pain, and I say that openly and truthfully. There will be a little bit more pain between now and CRL day one as we get to a smooth state across the network, but our aim is to minimise that disruption by working differently and giving our customers more assurance and reliability around the trains running. And we're changing our method of operating.
That is really, really, really good news. And I guess just to follow up to that, and maybe also if you could answer the concern if we don't get the funding for Newlyn onward, or you might be too hard because you're not in political positions, but the last bit is, will we ever get to a stage, and I think it's because we just have one network, so it shows up easier than other cities, but that we won't have shutdowns every long weekend, every Christmas. Is there a way to do things at night or different times? I know that's harder on workers, but it does feel really difficult in the summer that no one can use the network. Will it ever get to that with one network, or is it just too hard?
I'll get Bobby to answer the first part, and then on dollars, and then I'll come back to you on the methodology. Yeah.
Thanks, John. So in terms of the scenarios, should we not get additional funding, the series of graphs that were up earlier are an assessment of what that might look like. So where we're at is, and we're working really hard in the background in discussions with Waka Kotahi and ministers to try to secure that additional funding. So where we're at now is we've identified for some time that the funding available through the Ringham program is insufficient to allow us to complete all of the high priority works. And so what we've done is, of the available budget we have, we've prioritised that, largely focused on the core network, and we've mapped out what that might look like. That's effectively what's summarised in those graphs. So worst case outcome is a couple of scenarios there where if we don't get additional funding to complete those high priority works, we are looking at some level of speed restriction. So what we'll do to front foot that, and part of it is, which we haven't come to, is that integrated rail management centre, is by working closely with our partners AT and AOR, because we're going in with a planned approach. It's a forward-looking approach on how we would manage the network offering to account for the fact that we should expect some level of disruption on the network.
Last part, Mr. Chair, I know we've pushed for time. Just the last part with respect to the model. AT and AOR are brought into the model. The last graph shows you actually can't run a railway, right? If you don't get the investment, that last option on the right, you can't run a railway. And that was the landing we came to. So we need the first two. The first one's what we actually need. There is no other option but the Rolls-Royce. In terms of the methodologies, there is a maintenance management plan which talks about cyclically rotating crews around lines, working by day, working between trains, using special systems. That is probably 3 years away, but we will be doing exactly that to minimise the disruption at weekends and other areas within the network so that our customers can have a proper modern metro.
Okay, all right, thanks, John. Bevan, is there another part to the presentation? The final one?
Sorry, just very quickly, Mr. Chair. I'll get Bevan to cover very quickly in 1 minute the IRMC.
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about the build and the disruption and all that. One of the key aspects for managing this disruption, or one of the ways we're going to improve that, is obviously the Auckland Integrated Rail Management Centre. So this is to combine the train control staff from KiwiRail with the Auckland One Rail operational staff. So when we have an issue, we are able to collectively brainstorm that, problem solve it, and then implement that as quick as possible to recover the network. So that's the intention. The building's all complete. The staff move in later this month, and there's an opening on the 14th, and we'll start running out of there early April.
Okay, impressive looking building. Is there any other questions anyone's got? We've had a really comprehensive update from the KiwiRail team there. We have got a couple, John, if you wouldn't mind just answering a couple more. We're a little over time, but there's been a lot of very engaged councillors over our rail neck in previous times. So we have just got the three, Fletcher, Bartley and Ferry.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive and well-considered presentation to us. I want to know what KiwiRail have got in line in terms of support for Auckland Council on advocacy around grade separation.
With respect to grade separation, we're working collaboratively with AT in terms of the whole package. AT have been leading on the grade separation and pedestrian crossing removal program that's being led by them, and we're providing all of the supplementary support in terms of design and delivery of works. They are actually leading on that, councillor, so they would be better placed to give an overall strategy.
I do understand that, but I want to know what additional support you can bring by way of advocacy, because my great concern is that people are not going to realise the importance of this until the CRL opens, and then it will be people will wonder, why has this not been given greater consideration?
I think that's one for obviously for Andre and Dave Gordon, and also the Chief Executive. I'll take a note, Mr. Chair, to take this back to answer the councillor's question at the next briefing and give it an update.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, John. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to ask, how will you guys, keep the people out there, the communities on board with what's happening, especially with expected more disruptions and, socialising that, because people like myself have the perception that because the Eastern Line was closed for 9 months, we're all good now, no more disruptions going to carry on, but that's not the case. Thanks.
That's a very good point, and that was made very clear by Mr. Mayor in his meeting with the Chief Executives around joint communications and forward planning. One of the great things about the IRMC is it will bring together that somewhat siloed approach that we've had between agencies. So we need a joint comm strategy, far more headroom and advice through both social media, our media platforms, and our methods of communication. We need to be a lot clearer as a maintainer and an access provider of the true health of our network. We're in a place now, as I mentioned, with understanding our asset because we have an evidence-based one now. we have more knowledge and of that asset, what it looks like, and we can therefore we can forecast when disruption may be and when we may need bus replacements. I think your point is well made. In terms of the plan is to use the IRMC as the lever to get both AT, AOR and KiwiRail comms in one place and work collaboratively on disruption programs and advise our public far earlier than we are. It's a work in progress. I haven't got an answer other than that it is one of the 3 or one of the 4 priorities I put up at the start, which was the alliance approach, which includes joint comms and just being better at what we're doing. It is unacceptable for people. We understand that, and we've been challenged by the mayor. So it's at chief executive level. So we're very it's front of mind.
Oh, awesome, thank you. And just one more, please, Chair. You know how we got no more light rail. So are you guys still doing some work on how we get some options to those communities that were relying on light rail to finally have a train service? Like Mangere Town Centre, you've got no train, you just catch a bus. Just the same kind of thinking that we're trying to do with East Auckland by giving them an option of getting on a bus because they got no train out there. So what about our other areas that are just still stuck in the 70s?
Yeah, look, that's well founded, and I suppose that's more of a strategic sort of and a political question around the strategy of rail and how we connect communities. That is one of our key things, is connecting communities. That's what we do. Again, it comes to prioritisation, funding, and the strategy, and I think that message needs to be included in the conversation. I haven't got an answer other than that, but at the moment it's not. It's not in that priority list, but it is in our thinking, but we just only have so much we can do with how much funding we have. Thank you.
Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. I have 2 quick questions. One is following on from Councillor Fletcher's point about grade separation, also known as level crossings, and acknowledging that does sit more with Auckland Transport than with you at this stage. However, you're an important part, obviously, of that conversation. I have requested several times that we have a workshop on this as this committee, and in September last year was assured we'd have that workshop in March. It still hasn't been scheduled, and I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but I suspect Councillor Fletcher and others will be very interested in us having that conversation too. Have you been asked yet to participate in some conversation with us and with Auckland Transport about the level crossing work and how we're going to progress?
Sorry, Councillor, there was a workshop yesterday.
A workshop with Transport, with us.
No, sorry, I'll just probably give some context to answer your question. So to give it some context, yesterday there was a meeting chaired by AT and with KiwiRail, and we're landing a final position with respect to the workshop framework.
Oh, fantastic.
And so we'll be in a better position to give you an answer. So I've got 2 bring-ups for the next meeting: the Chief Executive advocacy for grade separation, level crossing, and also a follow-up workshop update to Councillor Ferry with respect to her question.
Well, it's for all of us, it's not just for me, but
sure,
yeah. And the other item I had was, and this might be something to take away and come back on, it's sort of we've talked a lot about the rail network rebuild and some of the other maintenance work coming and done. Where are you up to with the recovery work from the flooding impact, and whether that has had an impact on your ability to roll out some of that maintenance? And in particular, in regard to the Western Line, there's still some sites there that I understood were going to have some works done on them. The local board chair and I met with KiwiRail late last year and were promised a map and some timelines, and that hasn't been forthcoming. We've tried reminders through other mechanisms, so I'm trying it now.
Okay, with respect to metro limits, in terms from Swanson through to Papakura, if you draw a sort of line west through south, all of the remediation works post the flood recovery have been completed. I'll make sure we follow up on a map. The NAL, which is the next contestable issue, is outstanding, due for opening in July, and we're running safety and compliance inspections across that line over the next 2 months. So in terms of recovery, all areas within the metro limits have been remediated. Some of them may still be under speed restrictions based on settlement, but they're all complete.
Great, thank you.
No worries.
All right, that brings us to the end of the presentation and questions. So thanks very much, John, Bobby and Bevan for that and for your offer to come back with that relevant information. That's much appreciated. It's been moved by the Mayor and seconded by Councillor Fletcher. Does anyone want to talk to the update? I think people have had a good shot at the questions there. Okay, all those in favour? Against? Thanks again, John, to you and the team, and
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
We look forward to seeing you at a future date.
Pleasure. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair and Council.
Okay, we've got another fairly substantive update here, folks, from the City Rail Link. We've got John and Sean here, so they're coming up and will give us a presentation on the latest that's happening with the City Rail Link. Welcome, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is John Bridgman. I'm the Chair of City Rail Link, and with me is Sean Sweeney, the CE. I'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to come along this afternoon and update you on our progress and how the project's progressing towards construction completion. So we've got a presentation that Sean's going to run through that's will give you a very live feel for the project. We don't have a new fly-through like we did last time, but we've got some good photographs that'll give you a feel for the project and how it's progressing towards sponsors' requirements. Sean will also address what has been an improving health and safety performance across the project and how we're working hard to keep those involved in the project safe. And with that, also some success stories where the project has been rewarded and awarded internationally for the work that's been done. He's also going to touch on the overall progress we're making from a program perspective towards completion and how that is progressing on track at the moment and the challenges that we face. He's also going to touch on the cost performance, which is a pleasing story at this stage. But the bit we're most interested in is the future challenges, and as we alluded last time, we're on a watershed time in the project as we shift towards the testing and commissioning phase. Civil works are largely complete, and there are significant challenges from a technology perspective trying to complete that testing and commissioning phase. We're babes when it comes to this stage in the project, and we're reliant on experience internationally where projects of this nature have found this part of the project particularly difficult. We'll also touch on our One Client Alliance initiative, and I just wanted to clarify, it's great that others are using this terminology, One Alliance, being copied as a fantastic form of flattery. Ours is an alliance between City Rail Link, Kiwi Rail and AT, and is aimed at the coordination necessary between those parties through the testing and commissioning phase to ready the project for day one operations and ensure that the parties are lined up and available for those and ready to contribute to the project necessary for that stage. So once we run through the presentation, maybe, Chair, we can address questions at the end. So, Sean, do you want to lead off?
Thank you, John. Kia ora tātou. Okay, I'll just take you through a series of photos showing progress. Most of these photos are about a week old, so they're pretty current. This is the station at Mangawhau, and you can see the final cladding sky element is being installed. This is the North Auckland line platform, and you can see it's pretty much looking like its final state. This is the interior of the Mangawhau station with the escalators that take you over to the North Auckland line platform. Just another series of shots, other end of the platform, and I think that's the Fenton Street Bridge that's now in place. Some very large equipment required to run this project. We have a specific building at Mangawhau called the Vent Building, and you can see the very large fans that are being installed there to ensure the tunnels are properly ventilated. I took this shot last Friday. You can see the vent building on the left. The main point of this shot is you can see now the tunnels are all buried. The rectification, the reinstallation of the ground profiles that were there beforehand is well on the way. So if you were to wander over there now, you wouldn't understand that there's a railway actually underneath all of that ground. Going to Karanga-Ahapi, this is probably the most crucial station. It's the most complex station. It's, I think, 10 levels. It's narrow and constrained. We've got all the escalators in now. Down at station level, they are starting to look like station platforms. There's a lot of protection on the panels, but you can start getting a feel for what the final station or the platforms will look like. And this is the access way between the escalator down and the two platforms. Again, if you stripped all the protection off, you'd start getting a feeling for what the final stations will look like. So we're well advanced in that area. The big issue with Karanga-Ahapi is the services installation. There is some hundreds of kilometres of cabling that has to be installed, and often in very narrow, constrained corridors. And if you're working up above on cabling, there's things that can't happen down below. So it's a very confined areas, and it's a hard work for the Link Alliance at the moment to get all that cabling installed. They've just moved to a double shift to mitigate some of their production issues. At Beresford Square, you can see the final station, pretty much how it will look. Moving down to Te Waihoretu, or Aotea, I just put, that's a architectural rendering on the left, and you can see the actual building on the right. It looks pretty much the same as the rendering. That's the passenger entrance above Albert Street at Victoria Street West. Going into the station, at the circulation concourse, very, very much starting to look like a finished station if you took all the protection away. You can actually see loudspeakers, fire detectors installed in the ceiling. The main piece of work still required there is the floor. The flooring will be the last thing that they work on. Obviously, they need to get rid of all these cables and drums before they do that. Down at platform level, again, all the escalators are in, the elevators are all in. This is a shot which gives some sort of a feel for what the final station will look like. A lot of the cladding's now in, or it's well on its way. And again, the main item of work still in that area is the flooring. Again, we've got some massive plant, mainly ventilation fans being installed, and you can see the ceilings up above, well complete. I'll just move on to health and safety. It's a rolling initiative. You move out of one work phase and you move into another. What we're currently focusing on over the summer was heat stress, fire loads in the tunnels, and security. We're getting increasing break-ins in the site, particularly at Te Waihoretu. People seem to want to put themselves on social media in the tunnel, and that's a challenge that Link Alliance is trying to work out how to improve at the moment. We've had some recent events. We're always learning from events that occur. No one got hurt, but nevertheless, things to look at. What you can see there on that chart to the right is the progression of the health and safety performance in the last year. Total recordable injury frequency rate is the term. We're up near 5. March last year, we're down below 2 now. That's not an accident. That's been the result of a huge amount of effort and training of staff by the Link Alliance. Project awards. The project continues to be recognised in the industry and beyond for its achievements. Recently, we've had personnel win awards for Health and Safety Representative of the Year, and also what's called Enduring Impact Award with the Infrastructure Sustainability Council. That's an international award. Those are our two staff, Peter Pamale. He's now cover man on WorkSafe magazine, and Berenice picking up her award in Melbourne for her work, mainly in the mana whenua area and around social impacts and progressive employment scheme. In case anyone's wondering, we have got heavy and advanced engagement with all emergency services and emergency management, and currently that is running very well. And I think, if I could quote from my lead in this area, the emergency services are surprised at how big a piece of work the City Rail Link will be for them to manage, and they're just getting their heads around that now, but the interactions are very positive. This is just a schematic I put in there, not sure why, but just to show you the complexity of the whole railway and all the different moving parts that we have to consider. It's not just a couple of lines and 3 stations. This is a very high-level stretch program that the Link Alliance put together. The way they like to run is they set their teams very challenging stretch targets. They are not the same as our contract date. It's something they do internally. They believe, and they are an international firm, they believe this is the way they get best performance. But you can see the civil work is essentially finished. By the end of this year, all the fit-out work will be essentially complete, and we will really just be into construction largely complete by the end of this year. It's greatly complete now, and we'll really just be into ongoing testing and commissioning of the railway systems from there on. And you can see that runs for quite a period. Even though it might look like the railway is complete, there is a lot of work to validate and verify and prove that we can run a railway safely. Current progress. This is the last month's management report from the Link Alliance. It's a lot of data. Every month they report on what they were planning to do and what they've actually achieved. What you can see there is the civils, 99%, they're essentially done. The architectural fit out overall, they're about halfway through, and they are 97% on plan there. You can see where their challenges, the systems, they're about halfway through, but they're only 91% against their plan, and that is the area that is, I think, creating the most program pressure for them at the moment. They are 70% through the actual construction work done, but and 80% through on costs, so there are some cost pressures on them as well. Testing and commissioning, what is it? I don't expect you to read and remember all of this, but it is just to let you know there are a large number of different systems that they have to test. If you were wondering, there's rail systems, mechanical, electrical, fire, and hydraulics, and all the things to do with communication and station and building management. They all have to be installed, tested individually, and then tested to work together. There's a huge amount of work being done at the moment to move to that point. All of the systems depend on critical control rooms being available and all their equipment being in them. So really one of the deciding elements of the progress of the job at the moment is what we call critical rooms. So the Link Alliance has now got critical room trackers across the 3 stations where they're tracking the progress of all of the rooms they need in order to power up and run and test the railway. The pathway from here, what is it? At a very high level, all the equipment has to have factory acceptance tests. We're about halfway through that. You then install the systems on site and check them again. You then connect them together and you test that. Once all the systems are connected and working with each other, you then start running trains through a multitude of scenarios, testing the systems working in live conditions. Once we have proved that the system works, we give the Link Alliance practical completion, and then it's handed over to AT and KiwiRail, and they will prepare for day one operations, which is a different thing. So the future challenges from now, all around the world, everyone says rail systems integration, all the range of systems I showed you on an earlier slide, getting them to work and talk together, then testing and commissioning a multitude of scenarios, and then you move into operational readiness and test running. Currently, the two biggest threats to us with regard to practical completion are the individual subsystems may not perform as we require, and then they may not talk to each other in the right way. Obviously, there's a lot of work planning for that. We have 31 test plan areas all being worked on, and we go through, they say 7, but it's actually 12 stages of testing. So the first, I'll try and simplify it. The stage we're in at the moment is installing and testing the equipment. That's that first arrow to the right. Once we've done that, we then test the actual systems, can work as subsystems and then as a railway overall. Once we're happy with that, there's 4 modes of train testing we have to go through before the Link Alliance gets practical completion, and then we hand over to AT and KiwiRail, and they do their readiness for operations and trial operations, and after that comes a day one passenger operation date. So just going back, I'll just focus on the last 4 stages, the testing of the systems and the running of the trains. Even this is very complex. We've got 4 different modes of what we call pre-dynamic testing. You start with one very slow train. Once you've successfully achieved that, you increase the speed of one train and you test other things as you are doing that. I mean, they do things. First thing they have to do is test that the train won't hit the side walls of the tunnels. We were in Sydney last year watching them do that. They actually wrap the train in cotton wool and drive it through the tunnels and see if any of the cotton wool gets knocked off it. It's that scientific. And then they do things like they'll fill a train up with sandbags and practice an emergency stop in a whole range of different areas to see how it performs. Once we've got one train performing well, multiple train testing, again at limited speed, and then you start moving towards simulating a timetable. That's just the pre-dynamic. Once you get into that dynamic testing, that's testing the rail corridor in a whole range of scenarios and with a whole range of train operations. One of them is what's called degraded operations, where certain parts of the network aren't working properly. How does the system work? Can it work? And then we get into emergency procedures. We have a multitude of different scenarios that have to be proved and tested and showing that the railway can respond appropriately. An obvious one is a fire on a train, but it could be a health event of a passenger, extreme weather conditions, sabotage. All of these have to be worked through, and every aspect of the system has to do what it's expected to do. And then the last stage, readiness for operations. There's a huge amount of work to be done here. This is being led by AT and KiwiRail, but just an example, driver training. These are just indicative numbers. At the moment, we're looking at 230 training days, 240 drivers to be trained. I'm sure that number's different now. 364 classes. Number of trips in the tunnel. We have to schedule 1,200 plus trips in those tunnels. This is whilst the rest of Auckland is having an operating live rail network. That takes a lot of scheduling. All of this has to happen after we've handed over to AT and KiwiRail. It's not a 5-minute event for them to, and then they have to do all the things they have to do to get the stations up and running and ready to operate as well. massive amount of documentation. We say the paper project is almost as large as the construction project. Just some order of magnitude, over 60,000 project documents, 30,000 drawings, 25,000 requirement statements, 4,000 testable requirements, testing commissioning tests, 1,500, 400 plus procedures all have to be worked through and then run. That's a lot of paper. We've developed, and the Link Alliance has developed a huge number of dashboards. I'm not meaning you to read these, but you can see all of that work is now being tracked on a range of dashboards. The one thing I'd show is if you see where the status is, that's generally the light brown, and the grey is what work yet to be done. You can see in most areas the large work is still in front of us in the testing and commissioning. You can see it again with these graphs. These graphs are updated weekly, so we now have a really good line of sight on the work that the Link Alliance is doing in this area. These are just more tracking dashboards that they've put together for us to follow what's happening. John touched on it. About the middle of last year, we came to a view that the best way for Auckland to get the best railway it could was for AT, KiwiRail and CRL to work together. And we're not a big enough country, and we haven't done this enough, that there's a huge body of expertise out there that we can all build our own teams. So we've decided to work together and share expertise and share resources. We've called it the One Client Alliance. And I think the byline is we've taken a view we will succeed or fail on this together, and that motivates everyone to work together. There's approximately 75 core personnel on that alliance. We are aiming to co-locate and collaborate and share resource and expertise. And as I said, the goal is to work collectively to ensure that Auckland gets the best outcome it can. Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. A lot to be said for working together in all things. A good bit of advice to us too, I suppose, going into a long-term plan. Those visuals were very revealing, Sean. I think that's that's a very encouraging sign to see what's there physically now, and in amongst the rather subdued atmosphere of regional fuel tax removal and cuts and whatnot. It is reassuring to the people of Auckland that beneath the very city, this is all coming together and it's not that far off, notwithstanding the testing and everything that has to happen. And that's going to be a very significant asset for our transport network. So having said that, you've had the presentation. It's open for questions. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. My question is really around the comms approach here, because I think we've got a lot of excitement and expectation, and helping people to understand the difference between it looks like it's finished and it's fully operational. I think it's going to be a really important story for us to tell over the next, I'm hoping, 1.5 years. But so what's the comms strategy here? Because obviously you can't give this presentation to every member of the community. How are you engaging with some stories for the community, maybe some collateral? I'm particularly concerned about Maungawhau Station, because that's obviously not a new station, so it's in a particularly difficult position where people are going to look at the buildings and go, oh, they're finished. We can get off the train again here like we used to, and that's not necessarily going to be the case. And there's also a possibility there of some of the pedestrian links being able to be opened up before you can catch the train there as well. So again, going to need some really good comms in that space. What's planned, please?
Well, I can't outline the plan here for you, but the point you've made is very real, and we're very aware of it, and there is a lot of work going into that. If necessary, I can come back with that response, but it is absolutely something we're aware of. There will be a point when people say, it's all finished, what's the deal? Why can't I run the trains? And we are working at communication which explains that. It is quite hard because it is a bit abstract for a person on the street. They will even see trains going into the tunnels from Mangawhau, and they will wonder, well, why can't we use them? So there is a communication piece of work, and that would be ourselves, AT and KiwiRail, working on that together. So we need to come back on that, because we are well aware it's coming towards us. As soon as the dust settles and the hoardings start coming down, people will wonder.
Can I suggest that you reach out to local elected members in the area? A lot of us have quite significant community networks and can give some advice, but also help share messages. And also, if you have a look at the Central Interceptor comms, some of their work's been really good. They've evolved it over time, and it would be worth talking to their team too. Thank you.
We're doing some testing on our microphones.
If you don't use the mic, they can't hear you at all online, so that's why we're very pedantic about them.
That's working?
Thank you.
Keep going.
We are, I'm advised, planning another public walkthrough. For a long time, the Link Alliance, it was too hard to get into the headspace. They were too busy, but there are plans for a walkthrough. I think it'll be Te Waihorutu. It'll be very managed, but that will be a great chance to get some of those communication lines out about, yes, you can see it all, isn't it wonderful, but you can't quite use it yet. So that's something that we are working on now.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Mayor Brown?
I'm not too keen on the succeed or fail together, but could you just succeed together?
That's certainly the plan.
And I mean, I've seen this stuff before about 300,000 tests of this, that, and the other thing. When this was talked about and they entered into this years ago, was this all foreseen, or was this sort of a sudden surprise? I mean, it doesn't really surprise me, but I just wondered whether or not other people understood quite what we got into.
You're asking me to speculate, Mayor?
Well, I don't know anybody else who can.
Well, I wasn't there at the time, but I believe that unless you are an expert in a certain area, it would be a little bit of a surprise to you. I think the rail experts that were engaged at the beginning of the job would have just viewed this as obvious, because that's their lives, that's the work they do. But the further away you get from those specialists, I think the biggest surprise about the amount of work to get a railway tested, proved, certified and ready to operate.
I hope they did have some experts there back then. They didn't have any experts at signing contracts. I just hope they had experts in doing this.
Okay, any other contributions? Councillor Hill.
Sorry, Chair. Just on, I assume because you're working closely with all the agencies that you have the thinking on board or enough staff being trained to do the, enough trained drivers and security and all the staff on the ground you'll need to do the, all the work, because you're obviously going to need actual drivers to do all the practicing as well as fit the normal network.
Yeah, that really falls to AT and to a lesser extent KiwiRail, but those resource requirements are AT's care, and it's a big lift for them. They assure us they're getting organised, and we work closely with them to ensure they do have those resources. But it's a journey that's just starting at the moment.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I know where the responsibility lies, but I guess you guys can't do your work if that hasn't happened on the other side. So it's good to hear that at least you all have that starting. Thanks.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. That's a very comprehensive update and a good insight into where we have to go from here and understanding the complexities of things. So I'm happy to move it. Councillor Fletcher seconded it. Anyone wanting to say anything? No? Okay, all those in favour? Against? Carried. So thanks again for the update. We look forward to the next one being even further along the road, or along the rail track in this case. The plan now, folks, is to expedite things a bit and then just have a quick little break before our confidential item. I know people must be getting a little stiff sitting, so we have a couple of what should hopefully be relatively pro forma items that we can dispense with. The first one, item 14, later, isn't it? The review of the forward work program. I'm happy to move that if I have a seconder. Councillor Ferry. Any discussion or talk? All those in favour? Aye. Carried. Against? Carried. Next, similarly, item 15 is a summary of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee information memoranda, etc. So just voting to receive that. Councillor Fletcher, happy to move it. Have a seconder. Councillor Henderson gets his name on the scorebook. He's off the mark. Scrambles through for a quick single to the other end. Okay. Any questions? Okay. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. So carried. Thank you. So that just brings us to the final public item, which will just as a prelude to then going into confidential for our last item, and this is item 16. We have jumped round a bit here today. The City Rail Link Mangawhau Development Update. Welcome Kate Cumberpatch from Iki Panuku, and our own Michael Burns, the Head of Strategy. And they're just going to give us a brief update in public before we go into confidential to consider some of these matters. Welcome, Michael and Kate.
Thank you, Chair. The report is a fairly brief update to yourselves as part sponsors of CRL project, just to give you an update on how the development is progressing. There is confidential item to talk about next, which is really around the value and the value of the development. In terms of the update, there's a number of development opportunities across the sites, largely around Mangawhau. A lot of progress has been made on those, and we're working with CRL around some of the final pieces to ensure progress continues with the likes of Whenua Haumi Limited Partnership, Kainga Ora and Vector to start with before an open market process can commence.
Okay, unless there's any burning questions that people want to ask in public, we can just expedite things here and go to the matter in confidential. Moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Watson. Not a lot of people rushing to put up their hands, so they get tired. No one wanting to speak to it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And we now just have a procedural motion which will tie in with a short couple of minute break to go into confidential.
I'll move, that'll give you a chance for somebody else, Councillor.
Who's that? Councillor Simpson. Sorry. Oh, okay. Councillor Simpson, thank you for moving that. And yes, and we're just, and I'll second that. And we're just noting B, agree that John Bridgman, the board chair of CRL, and Sean Sweeney, the chief executive officer of CRL, will be permitted to remain for the item. City Rail Link development update after the public because of their knowledge of matters and may help in the decision making. All right, that's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? All right. Against? Carried. So we'll just have a couple of minutes break as we clear all the members of the public out of the public gallery. Bye-bye, Gail.
Chair, I'm having major technology problems today. I've been using my personal laptop because the council one. I'm just going to have to go downstairs and try and find out what the gremlin is. Thanks.
A couple of minutes to stretch your legs, folks, and then we'll go into this final